Call our meeting to order. Betsy, will you call the roll, please?
That all board members are in attendance this evening.
Okay, thank you. Next item is approval of the agenda for tonight's meeting. You've had a chance to take a look at the agenda for tonight. It's in your board packet. Need a motion to approve the agenda as presented in your board packet tonight.
So moved.
Thank you, Rick. And a second, please.
Second.
Thank you, Brandon. And all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you. We have a couple things coming out of closed session tonight. The first one we have is a resolution authorizing a notice of remedy. And whereas the board has received reports from administration regarding Steve Jones, a teacher in this district, and whereas such reports state acts of misconduct which, if not remedied, would warrant Steve Jones's discharge and dismissal from further employment in the district. Now therefore be it resolved that the President and Secretary are hereby authorized and directed to execute and serve a notice of remedy upon Steve Jones stating the specific causes, charges, reasons, and/or defects in his conduct which, if not remedied, will result in his discharge and dismissal from employment in the district. Are there any questions or comments? Need a motion then to approve that resolution?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Linda. And a second, please.
I'll second.
Thank you, Steve. And Betsy, call the roll, please.
Yes. Carter?
Yes.
Cock?
Yes.
Maddox?
Yes.
Petermeyer?
Yes.
Whitesell?
Yes.
Worley?
Yes.
Nucis?
Yes. All right, then we also have some board minutes here that we have to that we approve. We have some closed session minutes that are up for approval tonight. Well, one set of closed session minutes from November 25th, 2013. These closed minutes need a motion to approve those closed minutes as presented in your board packet tonight.
So moved.
Thank you, Brandon. And a second, please.
I'll second.
Thank you, Susan. And call the roll, please.
Carter?
Yes.
Cock?
Yes.
Maddox?
Yes.
Petermeyer?
Yes.
Whitesell?
Yes.
Worley? Yes. Nucis?
Yes. There was also a list in your board packet that of recorded closed session minutes that will remain closed. Those recommendations are for the closed sessions, recordings of June 18th, May 21st, April 30th, April 23rd, April 16th, March 26th, March 13th, February 27th, January 23rd, and January 9th of 2012. And then also part of this motion is to, or part of the recommendation is to destroy the audio recordings from February 13th and February 6th, 2012. And those written minutes are already have become open session or open minutes. We've opened those up. So need a motion to approve that recommendation.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you. And a second, please.
I'll second.
Thank you, Rick. And call the roll, please.
Maddox?
Yes.
Petermeyer?
Yes.
Whitesell?
Yes.
Worley? Yes. Carter?
That's all we
Yes.
have.
Cock?
Yes.
Nucis?
Yes. Okay, thank you. And that's all for our items coming out of closed session tonight. Next, we have a truth and taxation hearing. This is concerning the 2013 levy hearing. And at this time, we will have Mr. Murphy will present us, give us some information on the hearing, and that we open up the hearing now.
Great. So I have a presentation similar to what you saw in November. Just added some different information or some new information. One of the pieces of information I started with is just a slide on definitions. We use a lot of different terms during the levy process, and so I just wanted to throw out some definitions for some different terms that you hear during our conversations. I won't go through all of these at this point. Just a reminder that this levy hearing is part of the budget cycle, so we're in December. This is when we're either adopting the levy, or in this case having the hearing and then adopting the levy, but this is the time period this would always occur. And this is the coming months, how the rest of the budget items would appear for the board. Just a reminder that in November we had the tentative levy presentation, and then here we are tonight. We published a notice in the paper because we are requesting more than 5% of last year's levy. We're not probably going to get all that. I'll explain all that throughout the process, but that's why we're having the hearing tonight. We're here with the hearing, and then tonight you'll hopefully need to approve a levy with some numbers on it, and once approved, then we'll file that with the county clerk. We have until the last Tuesday of the month to actually get that filed. So we are in a PTEL district, which means a tax cap district. The entire county is in that, which basically means we're limited to getting no more than 5% or CPI from the previous year. And CPI, I'll show you those numbers here in a minute. So we're limited in how much we can request and receive over last year's levy, how much we actually received from last year. So we're limiting what we can capture from our taxpayers. And it's important to note that this is an assessment of their property. So as a homeowner, this is an assessment of your property, whether they're building your land. And these rates are going to be set by the county. And it takes into account all of the property. So not only your home, but residential, commercial, farm, mineral, railroad, takes into account all the areas to come up with our total EAV before they determine what you, as an individual owner of that piece of property, would owe. The school levy is in dollars, so we often look at the tax bill and see, well, my rate is this, but it's really the dollars is what we want to focus on. We don't know what the rate is going to be. That's determined as part of this process. That's determined later in the spring once the assessor's done assessing all the values. So tonight before you is a dollar amount that the board will actually need to approve. The bond and interest, so if we've sold bonds, which we have, those are separate from the levy. Those will be automatically applied to our levy. So regardless of whatever other number you decide tonight, the bond and interest is not one of those numbers because those, we've already sold the bonds and those are already automatic. The county already knows what we've got on the books, and so those will be automatically applied to cover the payments that are due for the coming year. The important thing to note about our levy is that we want to be able to capture new property, and that's the unknown in this process. So we're estimating now what money we need for next year, but the assessments aren't done yet. So it's a little bit of a guessing game. So we have to be able to ask for more in order to capture everything that's out there. So we don't know what the county is going to assess the properties at, and we need to be able to capture that new property. We see lots of new growth, not only in residential, but in commercial that have been being built in our area. And so we want to be able to make sure we're capturing all of that value each year as part of our levy process. The new property, the first year that it comes on the books, is excluded from the cap. So it's only one time. It's the only time new property is excluded from the cap is the first year that it comes on the books, which is why you'll hear a lot of tax caps use the word balloon levy. They ask for more money than they think they're going to get because they want to make sure they're capturing enough to cover any potential new property. And at this point, the county still doesn't know what all the new property is, so we have to put out a number out there and we have to be sure we've captured enough of it. For our operating funds that we work from, you can see our revenue source is made up primarily local. 68% of our funds from revenue come from local. That's our tax levy. Primary source where we're getting that money. 26% comes from the state. 6% coming then from the feds. And a little bit, very little, in the interest category right now. So you can see we rely very heavily on local dollars. So this is very important to us as a district to make sure that we're collecting enough money to be able to continue to offer the programs that we offer. So we've talked about, we've seen our rates go up, we've seen AAVA go up, or some go down, and one go down. I'll show you some charts here in a minute that we showed in November where our EAV was going up, but my rates were going down. And so this is a little bit of a chart, and I thank PMA for I've seen, and they'll be presenting here a little bit later, but this is a graph that I've seen at many of their presentations, and so with their permission we've used that tonight. And it just reminds us that we use CPI, which I'll show you what the numbers were historically, but CPI sort of sets the stage for our levy. What was CPI from the previous year will determine what we're going to be levying for. In an ideal world, if your existing AV stayed flat, then you could expect your rates to stay flat. Everything's staying the same, no big change. The way it works in this formula, if the EAV, so your property, goes down, the value goes down, then in order to get the same dollar amount that you need, your rate then has to go up. You have to pay more against your property in order to still get what the district's asking for. Then the opposite is true. When you see EAV growth, which we've seen, and we're one of the few districts in the state that we continue to see growth, as our EAV goes up, oftentimes the tax rate then goes down. As a homeowner, you generally could say, when my property value goes up, I tend to pay a little bit less of a piece of the pie to cover the amount that the district's requesting. So it's just a little graph to try to explain why sometimes you see the EAV go up and rates drop necessarily. Well, it's because there's more property value there to be applied against. So the CPI 10-year history, so just so you can see how it's kind of gone up and down and up and down. Obviously the maximum by law would be 5%, so if CPI ever was 6% or 7% or above 5, we'd be capped at that 5%. Well, you can see in 10 years, the closest we got was 4.1 one year. And it hasn't been that close in a long time. So this last year it was rated at 1.7, so that's what the CPI is going to be applied for our levy this year. So we know that. Our EAV, as it's grown from the previous years, this is the same 10-year trend, peaked a little bit in 06, 07. It's been dropping a little, but we've still been hovering around that 3-4% growth annually in our EAV. So we're still seeing growth, which is good. We still see new construction going in, so we don't know what the number is going to be this coming year, but the county assessor expects it still to be at least around that 3% range is their sort of estimate right now.
I think it's important to point out that that's from the change from the previous year. So it's
Correct.
not that our EAV is dropping, it's that
No.
the
The amount
amount
is
of
changing.
growth is changing from the previous year. That's what it's
So
showing.
2.3 isn't less than 3.0.
Right, the dots aren't really connected.
It's
It's
the
just-
growth. How much growth was there between 5 and 6? How much growth was there between year
Right.
6 and 7? How much
Right.
growth was there between 2007 and
Maybe
2008?
not.
It's the growth. How much growth did we have?
Yeah.
That's what that is. That's not how much. Right.
Our growth is slowing down.
Right,
Yeah, our growth is slowing, but we're continuing to still grow.
yes,
Thank-
perfect.
that was
That's a
good.
good way to say it.
A better way to demonstrate that. All right. And then our rate, because many do still want to know what their rates are going to be. And this are the actual rates on the education portion of your tax bill for the last 10 years, rounded to the nearest 10. And you can see we've been really hovering right around the 4.3 rate, 4.4, pretty consistently for the last 10 years. Another little sort of visual to kind of help understand with CPI and what we may get, even though we're going to be asking for more tonight, I'm not expecting we're going to get all that. So I don't want to alarm anybody just yet. But the blue line is what we've levied. The levy, again, is how much the district has asked for over the previous year. So in 2010, the district asked for 4.86% more in dollars than they did the previous year, than what they actually received. In 2011, it was right at 4.99. In 2012, we held it right at that 4.99 again. Tonight, the numbers represent an 8% increase. We have no belief that we're actually going to be getting that kind of dollar amount. But since we're over the 5% threshold that meet the Truth in Taxation hearing, we feel we might as well go at least a little bit higher just to make sure you've covered everything just to be safe. The darker sort of brownish line in the middle shows what we actually received compared to the previous year. So we were very close in 2010. While we levied 4.86, we received 4.76. Very close to what we actually levied, almost too close. And then you can see where the CPI was that year at 2.7%. And then as CPI dropped in 2011 to 1.5, the amount we received over the next year, even though we requested nearly 5%, we only received 3.88%. And then in 2012, it jumped back up as CPI went back up. So that you can see how much we're actually getting will very similarly mimic what CPI is doing. So I don't expect that we're going to be getting this 8% growth. I really don't. But we want to make sure we've asked for everything just to be on the safe side.
Can I wasn't here last month, and I know that was the first time that you talked about this. Then how did you arrive at that high of a figure as I look at that and think, based on what happened in 2011?
Sure. So we just looked at historical, we looked at numbers, the board had a conversation. I gave them a number as an example and said, here's where this was at this percent. And the board felt they wanted to go just a little bit higher, we're already here for hearing, so they felt it might as well just go to an even 8%. I have no belief whatsoever that we would be getting anything like that.
Right.
But you're already over the 5%. There are counties who will put out a 40% increase just because they're already over and it's way out there. And it's just something that over time their community's gotten used to. But I just want this graph should show, and it's going to follow that same trend. You can expect the amount we receive will be less than 5% over last year's levy. But we didn't want to leave any new property on the table.
And that's the key, I think, is the new property, because there's been a lot of growth recently, not only residential, but also some of the commercial growth that, you get 100% of that the first year that it comes on the books. So we want to make sure that we don't leave any of that.
So this was hopefully intended to help the community understand the trend should follow the CPI. And I expect that it will. And when we know what the number is, I'll be happy to share you with a new chart and show what it actually was. But I expect the trend to follow CPI and actually go down and not follow up towards the blue line.
That won't be till April? Is that right?
Probably
March,
see the
April?
numbers in April.
Okay.
If I could, we had extensive conversation on this, Lisa, and we talked about the fact that what we ask for does not change anyone's tax bill. If we left money on the table, that would be community money that would not come back to the community. It would be lost forever for that new growth. So if we asked for 4.99 again and it came at 5.5, we would only get 4.99. 0.5% would come out of the community in the form of taxes, but be distributed somewhere else. So hence, we talked about making sure that we captured all of the community dollars to keep them in the community. And we did a little bit aggressively say, well, let's make sure, let's put it at 8. We were talking about 7, 8 somewhere. Let's put it at 8 and make sure we just capture everything here, knowing that it's not going to increase anyone's tax bill, and it guarantees that we keep community tax dollars within the school district.
So here's a chart that compares, in this case it was 2010. For some reason our data from 11 wasn't in there, so I just went back to 2010. But historically it hasn't changed a whole lot. This takes all the counties in our district, all the districts in our county, and it shows the tax rates broken out by the individual funds in this case, but the entire block will show you the ed fund, the O&M fund, the transportation fund, they're all there together. And you can see sorted in order from the lowest total rate to the highest total rate, we're at sort of on the lower end of our counterparts in the same county. So it's just data, just to show you where we were. The trends continued. I just didn't have it in this nice visual for the most current year. But the numbers represent. So just to give you an idea where we fall in the overall rates based on our other people in our county. So what do we know? We've said that CPI is capped at 1.7. We know that our ag assessments seem to continue to grow. We've seen commercial growth, and we see lots of new residential growth. So the potential is there still for more new growth. We just don't know what that number is going to be. So here's the truth in taxation. In 2012, our bond and interest levy, so that's the part of our levy that was, again, strictly for bonds and interest. The rate on that was the 0.6967. The rest of the levy, for all the other numbers that we requested, came out to 3.7437. And that was a total dollar amount that we received of $24,723,571. So that was the total amount for that. And the EAV for our area was the $660 million. So for a number in 2013, we expect the bond and interest, again, we can't set the bond and interest rate. That's going to be determined once the EAV is set. But we've been able to hold it pretty consistent at that 0.7 or less, as we told the taxpayers we would when we went for referendum. So then the dollar amount is what we're looking for. So if we were not going to request a hearing, we would have thrown out a dollar amount of $25,957,000. After the conversations from the board last month, we went with an 8% increase. So 8% over the 2012 amount that we received is $26,701,500. So that's the dollar amount that I'll show you broken down here a little later that I'm hoping you'll approve tonight. That's how we get to the 8%. Again, we talked about EAV being made up of a lot of different areas. So here's how the areas are made up: residential, farm, commercial, industrial, mineral, railroad. Those all add up to our total EAV that your taxes are based on. And in 2012, those are actual numbers. And then the percent is how much it increased over the previous year in that particular category. So residential increased by 1.83%, just as an example. I have data going farther back than that and just using that as a sample. Just estimating still some new growth, get up with a possible EAV of about 680 million. So in order to back into a rate, I kind of have to estimate what I think the EAV is going to be. So for our purposes tonight, again, we're not approving a rate, but it gives the public an idea of what it possibly could be. So here's the dollar amounts. These are actual dollar amounts of what we received, the first chart on the left. So in 2012, this year that we just finished, the tax year 2012, we received the $24,723,571 before bond payments. And then the bond payments is the last line. So what we're asking for tonight is the part on the right, how the ed fund, in this case, would be 19 million. And then going down that chart, that's the dollar amount by fund that we're asking for. It's an increase in all funds with the exception of the fire prevention and safety. We're still asking for money, we're simply just not asking for more money than we actually received last year in that area. And we will not get all of this money, we're going to be capped. Our growth is capped at 1.7% with the exception of the new property. That's the part that won't be capped. So that's our unknown. So for a homeowner, if you have a $100,000 home, and it's the taxable value of that is a third, so 33%, most qualify for a homestead exemption, so that's $5,000. So that means your taxes you actually applied on a $28,333 value. And using the numbers that you've just seen, and using the EAV that I projected, and again, that is obviously going to change once the county does their work, a possible rate, in this case, is 4.937 based on these assumptions, which makes it a $43 increase over your total tax bill on the education piece over last year. But again, the EAV is an unknown, and the rates are unknown. What we know is the dollar amount you're asking for. We won't get all of that. Again, you will not get all of that money, but we have to ask for more than we're going to get. And that's the way the levy process works. So to see the numbers one more time, here they are, what I would ask the board later when it's time to approve these numbers. This is a hearing, and it's open to the public and you as well, so if anybody has any questions, this would be the time.
Any questions from the board?
One back, Patrick, the working cash, two back, there. That says 1,000 on the extension, but a 279 increase, should that be 100,000 on there?
It's $1,000, I'll check that.
So that would be a decrease, yeah.
Yeah, that may still be, I'll check that. You're correct.
And that's because
The
of...
1,000 is the right number.
Okay, good.
The increase.
Just put a bunch in working cash.
Yeah,
I mean, we just
dumped that.
part of the land sale.
Correct.
It went into, and because of that, we deferred putting money into working cash.
Correct.
Coming out of that
Correct.
for next year.
Since the board already authorized revenues into the working cash this year beyond the normal levy with the sale of the
Oh, I
land.
see where he's.
Yeah.
So we're already putting money in there that we wouldn't otherwise normally have received. We feel that we'd rather put that money in another fund this year where it's needed, since we've already added to that working cash fund anyway. Correct. In fact, we put in more than we would normally get in a standard levy anyway.
Sure. Yeah.
But aren't we, the idea is always that our working capital fund will not
cash.
be permanently depleted or permanently used to bolster other funds.
Correct. We're required by law that you can't have any expenses out of there. The board would have to either officially abolish the entire fund, or get rid of the entire fund, and then transfer the monies to an appropriate fund for use. And then you no longer have the fund at all. Or you can loan temporarily to another fund to offset costs, but then they have to repay that loan within a time period. And so you still, in fact, have the money there. You simply loaned it to one of your other funds, and you must repay that loan so that you're...
And I think I remember reading that your balance for your working capital cannot be less than 5% of your EAV. Does that I thought
There's
there is a
there's
bottom
caps on
limit.
how high it can go.
Yeah,
There's
there's a-
caps where how high it can reach, at what point the board would have to make a decision on what to do with that.
There's not a lower limit, is there an upper limit?
I think there's,
I would have
I
to
think
check
there's
to see
a
the
lower
lower
limit beyond which you cannot loan. I mean, there's a
Oh.
baseline for your, how much you have to keep in the fund and you can't loan out to a very minimal balance, but I'll double check too.
Any other questions? Anyone in the audience tonight have any questions on this levy hearing? No?
Patrick, when was the last time we asked for more than 5%? Do you know?
I believe it was the December of 2009. It was the last time there may have been a hearing. Which would have been 10 tax year. I believe it was December of 2009 there was a hearing.
Okay. Do you have anything to cover on the other spreadsheet? No? Okay.
No.
So any other questions?
I think that was about the best presentation I've ever heard. I've heard a few of them. That was really great.
Thank you. My friends at PMA were very helpful and resourceful.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you, Patrick. So in your board packet, there's a certificate of tax levy that we are voting on this evening. And that's the legal document that we have to provide the Illinois, we provide that to the state board, right?
The clerk.
County clerk, it's from the, okay, that goes to
It's
the
the
county.
state board, but we file this with the county.
County clerk, okay. And then, let's see. Okay. And you heard the presentation tonight, and we need a motion then to approve the recommendation administration for the 2013 tax levy as presented this evening, and file that then with the Sangamon County Clerk's office.
So moved.
Thank you, Brandon. And a second, please.
Second.
Thank you, Rick. And Betsy, call the roll, please.
Maddox?
Yep.
Petermeyer?
Yes.
Weitzel?
Yes.
Worley?
Yes.
Carter?
Yes.
Cotton?
Yes.
Nucis?
Yes, thank you. Okay, thank you, Patrick. All right, tonight, you want to, or Jim?
Mr. Lee?
Mr. Lee?
Does that screen get dark?
I'm really excited to do this. I honestly have never had this opportunity in my career, and I've been doing this for like 33 years. And I kind of doubt that I'll ever have this opportunity again. It isn't every day you can introduce a national coach of the year. I've introduced regional coaches of the year, state coaches of the year. But we're very fortunate to have right here in Glenwood High School a national coach of the year. Jay Light, a couple months ago, was recognized by the IHSA as an outstanding coach, and then we received information from the National Soccer Coaches Association of America that Jay was selected as state coach of the year for small schools. As you know, Jay not only coaches our girls, but also coaches the boys, and has won state championships with both. Then Jay was selected to the Region 5 Coach of the Year, which I tried like crazy today to find out what Region 5 meant. Maybe, I couldn't find out what it all entails. But we also, from that correspondence I received from the National Soccer Association, they said he would be nominated for National Coach of the Year with the opportunity to go to Philadelphia to be recognized in the event that he would win. And we found out, I'm guessing Friday afternoon, we got word that Jay was selected as a National Soccer Coach of the Year. So that's outstanding. I'd like to recognize Jay tonight.
Starting to think that I ran for election here. That would not be a good thing. But, No, I just appreciate the opportunity to be honored in a school board meeting or anywhere. An award like this, obviously, it's not anything just something one person can do. I mean, it's people that have been coaching with me for the 20 years that I've been at Glenwood, players, the parents that support it. I mean, if you don't have a successful program, nobody, the players and coaches aren't going to be recognized, and it's definitely not all on my shoulders. I've had some great people to work with and work for. So, any glory goes to God, and it's just a great honor, and I'm glad to be able to represent Glenwood in this community. Just doing the best that we can. It's still kind of not something I ever would have even expected when I started coaching. So, just doesn't really sink in. But I appreciate your words, Mr. Lee.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Jay's success has made graduation day for me quite an ordeal last couple of years.
Love seeing the girls in their
6 hours on
gowns
the
and
road
their
each day, going
pleats.
from Chicago to graduation. Thank goodness we graduated 8 o'clock at night. Now, Carrie, is that an action item that we'd like to send
Yes, we
Jay
would like to take action
to
on
the
that.
national conference where he's going to be recognized in Philadelphia?
Okay,
I'd make that motion.
thank you. Lisa, and a second, please.
Second.
Thank you. Steve, and call the roll, please.
Yes, Carter.
Yes.
Cup.
Yes.
Maddox.
Yes.
Kiermaier.
Yes.
Weitzel.
Yes.
Worley.
Yes.
Nusses.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. It's an honor. Make sure you take lots of pictures. Or have your wife take lots of pictures. That's terrific. Thank you so much, Jay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
Next item is, I saw this the other day, Glenwood High School announces our Illinois State Scholars for the class of 2014.
Yeah, we had 60 kids recognized this year as Illinois State Scholars. In my 6 years here, that's the largest number we've ever had. Goes to those students who score in the 95th percentile in regards to ACT or SAT or Prairie State. So we always have a good number of kids, but this year we have 60. And so you'll see 60 kids standing at graduation when we announce it.
Awesome.
Pretty awesome.
Great, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
This is the time, it's an opportunity for visitors to address the school board concerning any agenda topic. Does anybody wish to address the board tonight?
I would like to address.
Okay, up and you get to stand by the podium. And let us know who you are, if you would, please.
Yes.
And then you got to make the next presentation.
Good evening. My name is Monica Lee, and I am a pre-K teacher at Ball Elementary. I'm here tonight to be representing the pre-K staff. The pre-K team would really like to take the time to thank the board for considering the upcoming placement of pre-K for the following year of 2014 and 2015. Also, we would like to thank the Assistant Superintendent, Jill Larson, the Director of Special Education, Jennifer Barham, Principal Joe Viola, and also the Director of Operations, Jim Lovelace, for taking their time, dedication to support the pre-K team. As a team, we have researched together the pros and the cons, the benefits and the concerns of the upcoming placement of pre-K, whether it is better to be together as a team or split up at all the elementary schools. Tonight, you'll be presented with a PowerPoint that shows our findings. We strongly agree as a team that it is best for our students, staff, and district to stay at one location. Our reasons for this stance will be presented in the PowerPoint and includes what we feel are the greatest benefits for student achievement, fiscal responsibility, teacher collaboration, professional development time, and meeting the Illinois State Board requirements for pre-K classrooms. Please make note that as of July 1st, 2014, the Illinois State Board will require pre-K teachers to have an ESL endorsement to be able to teach a student who has English as a second language. Currently, we only have one teacher with these credentials, and we have 15 ESL students in the program this year. If pre-K is split up at all the elementary schools, then many of these students will not be able to attend their home school. This also affects students who need a structured learning environment. Currently, we only have one structured classroom, and many of these kids will also have to be bused to a different school to be able to get the environment they need. If our goal is to allow students to attend their homeschool, the students who need this the most will not be able to attend their homeschool and will be bused to get specialized services. As educators, we strongly believe in doing the best for students, and we feel that keeping pre-K together at Ball Elementary is what is best for our students and our staff and our district. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else who wishes to address the board this evening on an agenda topic? If not, we'll move along. Our first item is consent agenda items 7-1 through 7-12 tonight. And is there anybody who wishes to pull one off for individual consideration? Any board member?
I'd like to pull 7.5, minutes of the construction committee.
7.5, okay. Any others that anybody else wants something pulled off for individual consideration?
7-11.
7-11, okay. Anything else?
I'd like to pull 7.9, just to give a little bit more explanation as to more discussion about what is the proposed next step.
Okay. Anything else that anybody would like to pull? We have 7.5, 7.9, and 7.11. If that's it, then I need a motion to approve our consent agenda items. 7-1 through 7-12, excluding 7-5, 7-9, and 7-11. Need a motion to that effect, please?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Linda. And a second, please?
I'll second.
Thank you, Lisa. Can you call the roll, please?
Peter Meyer.
Yes.
Weitzel.
Yes.
Worley.
Yes.
Carter. Yes. Cox.
Yes.
Maddox.
Yes?
Eustace.
Yes. Okay, the first one is, let's see, 7.5, minutes of construction committee. Susan, what would you?
Right, a couple things. First of all, I read the committee minutes, and I just merely note that at the November presentation, the board did not agree to fund the fencing at Ball Elementary, only because it wasn't presented. So was that a omission, an erroneous omission, but I double-checked the minutes, we didn't do that, so. But my other question is, why are we concerned about these construction standards for administrative office space? Why was this included in the minutes?
It was meant to define how we approach construction for administrative office space, to define what the space square footage looked like for principals, for assistant principals, et cetera, et cetera. It's not been defined in the past, and what we did, we looked at it now for about a year, and this has been brought forward in the past, but it's never been shared with the board, the entire board.
Okay, so my question is, was this plan used for any of the remodeling that we've done, like at GIS? Did you use this plan?
Only as a guide.
So why are we talking about this now?
To add definition to what we're looking at in the future for administrative space.
Okay, but my question is, the only administrative space that I'm aware of that's on your schedule is the district office space. Am I missing something?
Negative, you're missing the GIS admin area that we've built outside, that's administrative space.
Correct, but Did you use this plan when you built the GIS administration area?
As a guide, yes,
Oh, you did?
yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. So this will be the governing document merely as a guide,
That's
correct?
correct.
In the future?
Yes.
Okay. Then I guess this schedule you're going to present later in the evening? Or are you, it's this Excel spreadsheet was part of the
That's for later.
construction minutes?
Correct.
Are you going to address this at a later time?
During the construction presentation on Phase 2 work, yes.
Okay. I'll wait. Thank you.
Is there anything else, Susan, on
No,
that?
that's it.
I see that fencing was brought up at the November 25th meeting.
Do you see it in the
Yeah.
minutes?
No, I see it in the, I'm searching in board docs.
Well, I just looked at the minutes that were
We
produced.
did approve it.
So tell me where
It's
you
under
find
consent
it.
agenda.
November 25th,
It's under consent.
6.11
Yeah.
in consent. I thought we talked about it as well. I'd have to look back.
Well, there were some questions on the construction committee report as to what, as to the issues that we had out there, and that is
Okay.
with the kids that were getting away from the playground and having to
Okay.
track them down.
Especially
Especially,
They have running
so,
shoes.
yeah, we can't keep up with the pre-K kids. It's, but then that fence was going to go in a north-south direction into that to prevent kids from straying out into that open area. And then also we looked at, we talked about it a little bit too, take that open area and perhaps looking at bringing someone in to farm that area because it's really not, it's not usable space, so.
Okay, I stand corrected. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. And then the next one was 7.9.
I've asked Matt Slager and Gary Clack from Hanson Engineers to help us out with this. You guys can step forward.
Now, does everybody understand what 7.9 is about? This is concerning we had an issue at GES with, there was not a partition in it. We were mixing cold air with,
We had some rooftop mechanical issues
Yes.
that came from the manufacturer.
right,
It's kind of a, what do you call it?
Call it a deficiency in there,
so,
where it was only heating part of the air that came out of the unit.
right. You heat it one way, did not heat it going the other way, is that correct?
Right, so some of the ventilation air that was going to one wing of the, one end of the wing on the classroom was not receiving the heat the other end was getting.
Right,
So the manufacturer came back with their suggested fix, which was to have this sort of blender thing in their unit. And that appears, based on the measurements that Dave's staff has done, that was about 60% effective in correcting the issue. Which, the question is that enough? Is that close enough, good enough? And we're still working through some of those issues. I've been in contact with Jim Wolf the last couple of days, and he's been working through some control problems that those units have been having. So it's still not fully resolved, although I understand it's better than it was last year.
and this is the time of year when we'd find out whether it was better or not, right now, so. Last few
Very cold
weeks.
days.
Yeah.
So what are the thoughts coming from you guys? Because I would think my goal would be 100%
Correct.
correction. And then secondly, one of the things you guys point out in here is the amount of money it's cost us to figure out how to fix their deficiency in design. And then what's the next step on resolving that?
And that's where we leave it up to basically discussions between Hanson and the district as to how we want to approach the manufacturer, because both of us have experienced cost with
Right.
this. You guys with direct personnel costs with Dave's folks and utility costs, as we point out there, rental costs, those kinds of things. For us, it was more, investigative costs, labor cost. So, both of us have sustained, I guess you might say, damages in all this. And so it's a matter, I think, of coming together and approaching the equipment manufacturer and say, hey, here's how we've been affected by this situation, give you an opportunity to step up to the plate and do the right thing, essentially.
Well, I agree with you there, but if we're not 100% fixed, we're also not done incurring costs. So
Correct.
I mean, what do you guys think is the feasibility?
That information is very kind of recent information with respect to the date on that letter. So in terms of, I guess, additional fix, Matt, you want to speak to that?
It's not reasonable to expect that it's going to be, 100% even between both ducts. I mean, right now you're getting about 6 to 8 degree temperature difference, which isn't crazy, and with the right controls, it would probably be functional. But they're still working through that portion of it. So, I would have liked to have seen it, 90% mixing, but it may or may not be functional the way it is. We just need to work through some of those issues.
So without that mixing, you understand what's happening in some of the rooms. There's this very cold air that was being delivered from the makeup air units, and the primary heat system there, the ground source heat pumps, weren't able to overcome that cold air that was just kind of being continually dumped in to the room.
Would you expect there's a bigger problem this year? Because last year was a fairly mild winter, and so already it's been colder this year than it seemed to be last winter.
If you didn't correct the problem, then yes, it would be worse.
Have they been willing to work quickly and to resolve issues? The manufacturer? No. Okay.
That's what they're saying, they need to file a letter,
Yeah. So this, what we have in here in our consent items is just an update as to what's going on. This is by no means resolved and continues to be looked into.
We're working with Hanson, pulling the information they need to make the assessment. We're doing the measurement, field measurement for them, and continuing to monitor the system. It's not perfect, but it's much better than it was last year.
Sounds cold though, 6 to 8 degree variance.
Well, no, keep in mind though, that's just the ventilation, the outdoor air that's being conditioned to the rooms. The heat pumps that actually condition the room to the temperature are totally independent of that. It just means that
It's kind of like a preheater,
colder air, the heat
a
pump
preheat
in the room has
kind of a thing.
work a little harder to make up for it.
It's essentially tempering the ventilation air.
Yeah.
Is what's going on with the fresh air that's being delivered to the rooms isn't being warmed to the extent that it should be.
And then the heat, if we wanted the same temperature in one side versus the other in those rooms that are served by those, then those heat pumps have to work a little bit harder.
Yes. We worked them too hard last year, they were tripping out.
Yeah.
Problems.
And as we noted in the letter, the problem was kind of exacerbated last year in that the thought was there was a deficiency in the heat pumps. So it was thought that, hey, we can deliver some conditioned air through the makeup air units. We went ahead and delivered more air, but in fact, with this problem with the heat system, we were delivering cold air and just fighting against it. So,
Put more cold air.
put more cold air in. Yeah, exactly.
So my question is this really an action item then? Are we asking, do we need to have this as an action item to pursue working with Hanson? I don't know how it could be a consent agenda item, because really,
At this point, it was just to give background information to answer
Okay.
questions, so they're still,
So
we're
we
just
really
letting them take the lead on
No,
when they
this is
need
just
us.
where- this is in
When they need us to
consent.
take action, they'll tell us.
Just as it'll be a separate action item when we do. This is just kind of an update as to what's been going on. That's the way I was looking at it. Is that, okay.
Once we've captured all the information and
Right.
Hanson has something to present on that defines what the problem is, we'll bring it back to you. Right now, we know that we've probably got $6,800 in labor and additional labor. We've had to hire folks to come in and do some work for us, about $800 worth of work. And we've got about $3,000 worth of additional utility costs that we've got to account for. So we're about $10,000 and they're about $10,000 out of pocket right at this point.
So you're right, it is not, in fact, if you look at it as under consent, if you look at it, it's just it's information only on there, so. it was nothing that we were approving anything, so.
Right.
Okay? Any other questions? Okay. Let me go back to one. Betsy, did we have a motion on 7.5?
We did not. So
Okay,
would
now
that
let's
be
do that
information
first.
only, or-
No, that was an action item.
Okay.
So then we'll go back to that right now. And 7.5, we got questions answered on that to everyone's satisfaction.
Right, with the notation that this Excel schedule will be further elaborated on as an action item.
Okay?
But other than that, yes.
Okay. Do you want to make that motion, Susan?
I move to accept the construction committee's minutes with the following amendment, that the requested work schedule, that's how it's labeled, will be further discussed tonight in the construction update points bulletin.
It's phase 2 request is what it is.
Oh, phase 2, okay,
Yeah.
is that what this is?
Yes, yep.
Phase 2,
We'll be
okay.
talking to that in
Yes.
phase 2. Portions of it, not all.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Susan. You got that, Betsy? You okay with?
So I can say that it'll be discussed in construction update phase 2?
Yes, yes, this evening. I need a second, please.
Second.
Thank you, Brandon. And call the roll, please.
Carter?
Yes.
Koch?
Yes.
Maddox?
Yes.
Petermeyer?
Yes.
Weitzel?
Yes.
Worley?
Yes.
Nucis?
Yes, okay, thank you. And next, we want to look at 7-11, which is playground modification. Steve, you had some questions?
Yeah, I just wanted some clarification on that equipment and then the installation of it.
Okay,
We're doing the installation, is that correct?
that's correct.
Your guys are gonna do it, that's why this is just equipment only.
My folks who have installed Play World equipment before, certified playgrounds, will come back and install this equipment. Much different, much smaller equipment. So we'll be doing the installation with oversight from Play World and New Toys, just like we've done in the past.
Can I ask why there weren't more bids for the equipment?
Curriculum driven, we looked at, Jen, help me out, we looked at some toys or some playground equipment from these two manufacturers, and specifically this is what came back to me.
And we have used New Toys, is that right, before? Is that the one that?
We've used Play World,
Both of them.
And both, okay, we've used both of them before.
correct,
So we're actually using both of these bids then,
correct. If you scroll down,
for a total of 44.
correct. That's for 4 playgrounds.
Got some information for us, Jen?
I'll help you.
Okay.
What Patrick explained to me is that the equipment that I selected was very specific, and only certain manufacturers make them, so when you put the bids out, these were the only companies that came back to match the exact equipment that I had selected. Well, actually, my team, the occupational therapist and the physical therapist assisted me with that. So that's why you only see those two, because I asked that same question, why was there only one bid? This is equipment for the 3 elementary schools as well as GIS. I went back to that team and they too felt that they could benefit from adaptive equipment to help make our playground more inclusive. Late today, I did receive word from ISB that I can allocate some of my IDEA grant funds towards the purchase of this equipment. And I just want to make clear that we cannot move forward with any purchase until that amendment is approved by ISB. But at this point, I can allocate $25,000 towards the purchase of this equipment.
Good job.
So it wouldn't actually be $44,000. I mean, I can't pay for the labor and all that, I can pay for the equipment, but that number would be significantly less than that once I massage my funds.
We're anticipating a resolution or something from them, or are they, do you know when that's going to happen?
Budget approval process.
Your
It's
budget?
a matter of when I submit it, and
Okay.
then their readers read it, and then they come back. Sometimes
Okay.
it's within 24 hours. Sometimes it could be a week, depending
Okay.
on, especially approaching the holiday season
Sure.
when people take vacations. They only
Yeah.
have a certain number of readers at the state for the grant, and there's one in particular that works with my funds directly.
And were we looking at doing this over Christmas? break?
No.
Spring? Oh, okay.
The summer
Spring.
work for-
Summer work? Okay.
Right.
So we're okay with everything. So-
Right, we've talked about the timeline of when we need to purchase in order to have the installation
Sure.
complete this summer prior to the beginning of next school year.
Okay.
So my question is, now I have read these carefully, the November 25th minutes, and my understanding was that that basically an alternate bid for the pre-K playground at GES was going to be split out. But now is it just incorporated all into this? This is how the motion read. So are you making a change in recommendation?
Negative. The pre-K playground has always been a part of the construction work base bid for GES. The only thing we're talking about here is adding the inclusive playground equipment.
Now, wait, what do you mean? What do you mean by that? So,
He's just adding to the current playgrounds.
okay, so does any of
Will be a new playground.
these recommendations
There will be, but
have
this is adding to.
pre-K kindergarten equipment at GES?
Well, there is some equipment that our kindergartners who have special needs could utilize at GES, but it's not a separate playground. It's purely 4-5 pieces that we're adding to the existing playground. It's not building
It's not
a
for
separate
that new
playground.
that you're talking
Okay,
about.
well, I guess my concern
Okay,
is,
can I back up on that? That's incorrect information. On Wing A, there will be a separate playground.
But this fund is not paying for that.
That's correct.
That's what Susan's asking.
This is
I
paid
believe.
It is
for
not.
inclusive items that are needed, that are not provided under the base bid.
okay, so on Wing A, did you say that there will be a separate pre-K playground?
That's correct.
Now, I'm just wondering how you can make that statement when we haven't even voted on whether or not we're going to
No,
have
well,
neighborhood school programs.
But that's going to be a kindergarten playground also. There'll be that A wing, which is part of the expansion of that building, from what I
The
understand.
equipment selected for that playground is from pre-K to fourth grade. Those are the kids that can use that playground. That equipment's designed.
So is that, okay, so that's special needs equipment. Is this correct, Jen? Do I have this correct? Special needs equipment at Glenwood, and it will host pre-K through fourth grade, is that correct?
It will support both playgrounds at GES.
Then
But
that's not
I'd
what I
like
just
to
said.
ask Jen to answer this question because she is the director and the expertise. I'm trying to figure out if this special needs equipment is really sort of for pre-K and best suited for pre-K.
The equipment that I selected is best suited for K4. K6, now that we added GIS.
So, were you involved in this decision about pre-K equipment at Glenwood?
I think that's part of a different phase of
That's-
construction.
Yeah, that was all part of the construction. That was all part of the design when we were adding that wing of the building, that there would be a playground up there for kindergarten. And at that time, and we still, I mean, the presentation's tonight, but at that time, there was, we didn't know if pre-K was going to go there too, but it is going to be it will be a playground for the A wing, for the kindergarten wing of the building, is what, and that was in the base bid for the expansion for that building. Always has been.
Okay, I'm comfortable with that.
But it is,
Only if it's not automatically assumed that we're going to have neighborhood pre-K programs because we haven't even voted on it.
wasn't even talked about when we were looking at those original designs for that building.
Okay.
But as Jen said, this is equipment that can go, is appropriate for K through 6, right?
That's correct.
And it's enough, like if, once we do this at all of the schools, we're gonna be good to go. No, there's not, you don't need anything else.
Oh, I always want something else. Never satisfied.
You can't pin her down like
There was
that.
concern brought up that this discussion wasn't had when the originals, and we just finished construction and now we're already adding
Sure.
2, so that's why I'm asking.
I think this is a fantastic start, pending more move-ins. Yeah, you know,
well,
you can judge it at this time. but-
It's adequate for
If so,
our
we'll
student
have her-
population
We'll
at
have
this
her
time.
open her grant purse again. So she comes back with wanting more.
So
You'll be
how
the
many,
new queen of revenues, Jen.
we just got one playground at GES right now,
Yes,
and you're gonna add some to it.
Yes, that's right.
with this action.
Second playground we did.
And if there's a pre-K at GES, it will have another playground?
There's one scheduled for the A
And we'll
wing.
have 2
Kindergarten.
playgrounds?
Well, we will have two playgrounds at that building, whether pre-K goes there or not. Because it is a kindergarten, it's designated at the north end of that building. You go out those north doors out there for the A
But
wing.
neither one of these bids are for the second playground?
No, that's already included in our base bid for the addition to that school. Anything?
Not to muddy the waters.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, but if we have students with special needs in kindergarten, and we have a kindergarten playground, will there be appropriate equipment for them in the kindergarten playground?
I think there will be, as long as I'm included in the placement
Well,
of this equipment, which I think I will be.
Okay.
And we have not ordered any equipment for that playground yet either. So it's a fluid thing that'll be ordered probably this spring, somewhere in that neighborhood, so that it can be installed again over the summer and it'll be a pour and play. So it'll be just like we've got, for the bigger kids.
Well, I would
at the
encourage.
others. Oh, absolutely. Jen will be part of that. We'll drag her in. So. Any other
How about
questions?
if we open the door for you, since you're going to be hopefully providing $25,000 towards this event? That's the least we can do.
Thank you. Any other questions? Steve, anything else?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay, all right. Then the recommendation is to approve the modifications for all elementary and intermediate school playgrounds as presented this evening. Need a motion to approve that plan?
I move.
Thank you, Steve. And a second, please.
Second.
Thank you, Brandon. And call the roll, please.
Yes. Carter.
Yes.
Cup.
Yes.
Maddox.
Yes.
Petermeyer.
Yes.
Whitesell.
Yes.
Worley. Yes. Mason.
Yes. Thank you. All right, on to personnel consent items. We've got 8.1 through 8.23. Is there anyone wish to pull any item out for individual consideration?
I would like to pull out 8.7.
8.7, we'll pull 8.7 out for individual consideration. Anybody else wish to pull anything out? Okay, if not, I need a motion then to approve our personnel consent agenda items 8.1 through 8.23, excluding 8.7.
Excuse me,
Yes.
It's
Oh,
not
did you want to
really-
pull something else out?
No, it's not a pullout.
Okay.
I see Michelle's not here. Carrie, do you know, are these just all replacements? Or are there any additions to, any new addition?
I think we had one that was because of student move-ins. I think it was a special needs
I was just
aid.
thinking about our folder.
Yeah.
No, there was one, that was last month.
The addition, we would have an addition on HR transition support.
Yes.
Well, 811.
Is it 811?
Yeah.
Is that the one? Yeah, 811 says due to a new student,
Yeah.
student enrollment.
She's been trying to highlight those, what's new and what's.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that is new.
Is that the only one, Jen, do you think? That's the only one? Okay.
And then the HR transition support is.
That's additional.
Term.
Yes. I'm sorry.
It's limited
Yes.
in
Yes,
scope.
yes, yep. Okay. Again, need a motion to approve 8-1 through 8-23, excluding 8-7. Anyone wish to make that motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Brandon. A second, please.
Second.
Thank you, Lisa. And call the roll, please.
Weitzel?
Yes.
Worley?
Yes.
Carter? Yes. Cop?
Yes.
Sorry, that's
Maddox?
8-11.
Yes?
Petermeyer?
Yes.
Useless?
Yes. All right, Linda, 8-7.
Well, 8-7 is the opportunity to welcome Teresa Smith. I had the opportunity to be on the interview team, and I was very impressed with Teresa as the rest of the team was as well. She has knowledge in the school setting, although it's college setting. Well, they're all going to get to college. That's our plan. So to have that background knowledge is good to apply it to our school. You also have a lot of knowledge of labor and employment law, which is very pertinent to our district. And you really gave some good examples of some tough decisions that you had to make. In fact, I'd like to say you put the human in human resources. Thank you. It was very nice. We'll welcome you to our team. We're lucky to have you. Thank you
so much. I'm delighted. So this is going to be exciting for me. Like she said, I've been in higher education most of my career. So, but I look forward to the new challenge and the opportunities that's going to present.
Okay.
So I look forward to getting to meet all of you.
Okay, thank you. Linda, do you have a motion you want to make?
Yes, I move that we accept the employment of Teresa Smith as our Human Resource Director.
Okay, and a second, please.
I'll second that.
Yep. Rick? And call the roll, please.
Carter?
Yes.
Cop?
Yes.
Maddox?
Yes.
Petermeyer?
Yes.
Weitzel?
Yes.
Worley?
Yes.
Useless?
Yes. All right. Great, welcome aboard.
Thank you.
The fun begins. All right, now, next moving on to new business. PMA Financial Planning Program.
So we have Steve Kraus from PMA came down tonight to present, so I'll actually turn the floor over to him. He's provided you some handouts. We certainly aren't going to go through all of those, but he does have a few slides of information he wants to share with you tonight.
I'm Steve Kraus. I'm a senior financial advisor with PMA Financial. And just give you a little bit of background on PMA. We've been in business for 30 years, providing financial analysis, investments, and issuing debt for school districts. The product I'm going to present to you today is the FPP, or the Financial Planning Program. And what that is it's a comprehensive financial projection tool to identify where the district is going financially. The couple handouts that we gave out are, this first one here is just some background marketing information on PMA and on the product. I'm not going to go through this during the presentation for the sake of time. The other presentation here is this district's 5 years of historical data and the FY13 budget as an example to give you a background of the types of graphs and charts that we would be able to provide and what you can expect on this financial projection. This first chart here is kind of the end chart, the one that everyone wants to see on this financial planning program. What it shows is 5 years of historical data, the current budget year, and 5 years going forward. Now, all of this data that I'm about to show is a sample school district. It is not this district's data. I want to be very clear about that. So, this graph really paints a picture here. To kind of explain what's going on, is you have 5 different funds aggregated for this analysis. We do exclude some funds at the choice of the district. Typically, it would be debt service, capital projects, life safety. Though debt service is a wash, money comes in, money goes out. It's kind of irrelevant. Capital projects and life safety are project-based and not consistent from year to year. We can include those if the district chooses. And tort, some districts don't use tort. But, so the 5 funds down here at the bottom that are aggregated, these bar charts are 5 years of history per the AFR for the ed fund. The yellow is the current budget year, and then 5 years going forward in the projection. So this group is ed fund, this is O&M, transportation, IMRF, and then working cash. The red line then, if you were to add up those bars for each fund in any one given year, that would equal the red line, and that's your June 30th fund balance. The blue line is an estimation of the district's cash low point for the year. So typically right before you receive property taxes in June or July. So the blue line would represent mid-May, late May. The blue line helps identify any short-term borrowing needs to make payrolls. If the red line goes negative, then you'd be looking at a referendum possibility or some other means of funding, selling bonds. So this chart here, as I explain how we get to this, we change the assumptions, and this chart will update based on any assumptions that are put in to our model. Just to kind of show you some other charts and graphs. This chart here is the aggregate analysis, the same data as on the chart, but this shows individual dollar amounts for the revenues, expenditures, surplus deficits, transfers, any bond sales, other funding sources, and then also lists projected year-end fund balance, just all the same information in a different format. You're also going to get graphical representation, for example, revenues versus expenditures, surplus deficits, other sources, year-end fund balance. So we have this data as an aggregate projection, so the budget year and 5 years going forward, which is what's represented here. We also have the history, which is 5 years of historical data compared to the budget year. And then we have the individual revenues and expenditures itemized out. Now you get this in aggregate, and you get it individually for each fund that's included in the aggregate analysis. So all those reports can easily be taken, put into a PowerPoint presentation for the board, or put in any other format. I'll quickly show just a couple other charts and graphs here. This is the district's financial profile score and what it was expected to do. This kind of tells a story. This particular district had negative balances, passed a rate referendum, was able to better their finances, and then these fluctuations here are basically because they had deficit budgets versus surplus budgets. So you can see going forward where you're expected to be on the financial profiles. It has all of your GSA calculations throughout the historical budget year and 5 years going forward, so you can see exactly where you fall, which formula the district would be assigned to. It'll tell you loss due to proration by the state. This is at 80% for this particular year, which is the loss of this $2.7 million. All that information is there for you. We have enrollment and staff data, as well as your EAV analysis on current property values and new property and how that impacts the levy process and extension. Just a couple of different graphs here. New growth, existing EAV percent change, total EAV, and total EAV in millions. You can see how the economy has affected this school district. So how do we get to those numbers? We really focus on the revenue sources, which would include EAV, new property, as I mentioned before, CPI assumptions, which is going to generate new revenues for the district, the corporate personal property replacement tax calculation has an assumption in there. For some districts, that's a bigger revenue source than others. We also look at individual state, local, federal sources on an itemized basis. We can run your levies in between funds and run the extensions so that you can allocate money between funds in any given year. We look at enrollment projections. If the district has done their own enrollment study, we can plug those in, or we can meet with the administrators and come up with an enrollment projection and include that. We can tie certified staffing to the enrollment projections, or we can leave staffing flat. That's a choice of the district. Usually smaller districts leave staffing flat because as you lose maybe 10 kids, you can't really cut a class, but bigger districts will tie it to enrollment. We do have your salary schedules and where all the certified staff falls on their salary schedule built into this financial model, so you can see the effect of everyone rolling down a step, and you can see the effect of retirees rolling off the payroll, and we make an assumption to replace retirees, which is determined by the district. We look at GSA calculations, as I mentioned before. We also look at any legislative changes or potential changes, and we can run scenarios based on what if the state enacts the pension shift, and how is that going to affect this school district. I'll actually run a quick scenario for you that illustrates that. The salary expenditures, as I mentioned before, we also have benefit expenditures. As healthcare costs have been going up at a higher rate than all other costs, typically 9-10% on any given year. I would say is about the average. We can analyze that. We can plug in projections from your healthcare provider and see best case, worst case scenario, how Obamacare is going to affect the district if it comes in at 10% or if it comes in at 5% increase. I'm going to run a few scenarios here for you just to show you how quickly and easily all of this information updates. I want everyone to remember this number, $24,600,000. In 2019, that's the June 30th fund balance. If I go to here and let's say the TRS pension shift gets enacted. I can quickly put so if they added 0.5% every year, as the number most commonly talked about, that is going to impact this district. I believe the number was 24.6. 5 years from now,
2 million.
22.7. Once we get this base scenario set, we take your AFRs, we take your budget, we gather data, enter it into the files, and then we meet with the administrators in the district to finalize the assumptions and create the base model. Once we have a base model, we then have a website that we upload the files to that enables the business manager or superintendent to go in and run their own scenarios like I just did on this one. They can run scenarios for contract negotiations, legislative changes, at any number of assumptions you can change, and you'll get all the reports and results updated automatically. You can also compare several different scenarios to each other, where you would run them at the same time on the web, hit compare, and it'll show you during negotiations if you give teachers 1% plus step or 2% plus step, how that's going to affect the district. So just to kind of recap here on the strengths of the program, it really provides a consistent look for the district. So as there's changeover, maybe in administration, or as time goes on, that you have a consistent model that you can compare from one year to the next. It's a proactive approach to assessing the district's financial needs and where the district is going, so that you can be proactive on it and not reactive on legislative changes or any number of things. It's an independent third-party review, so you'd be assigned a financial advisor that makes sure that the program is working correctly and everything adds up. And it's an independent view on it that's outside of the school district. Some districts run it side by side with their own projections to see how close they are. Other districts strictly just use this program. Again, it provides an opportunity to identify any referendum needs or debt needs for issuing bonds, and you can run scenarios. And we also provide a levy analysis, a second look at your levy to make sure that the district asking for enough money, because that is extremely crucial to generating the revenue that the district needs. Does anyone have any questions, comments?
So could you tell me, the initial purchase is approximately $9,000, and that includes, your help in setting up. Now, so then is there a comparable fee for the next year of $9,000 and the year after that, $9,000?
Yes. It may increase in the future.
Right.
It typically increases slightly every 2 years.
So basically, if we approve this product, we are in essence approving, we're approving this amount and service thereafter, because it doesn't make sense to just do it as 1 year and then skip 2 and then come back in year 4. Isn't that correct?
You're only contracted for 1 year.
Okay.
So if you decide if you purchase it now, you'd have this product basically until you pass next year's budget, and that makes this irrelevant at that point.
Okay, right.
Yeah, it's 1 year. Some districts do it every other year or
Okay.
only on contract negotiation years. Other districts do like it because you can run those scenarios on legislative changes or any other scenario. You can see very quickly how that's going to impact your district.
Any other questions?
A comment on it.
Yeah.
It does tie some of the ad hoc reporting that Patrick and some of the board members and that Carrie has to do now to try and put all of the pieces together to try to figure out where we are and where we're going. So it looks like it appears to tie that together quite nicely.
And provide, some forecasting,
Right.
forecasting reports, which you definitely need.
And some third-party input is important
Correct.
too.
Carrie, have you had any experience with this program or talked to people who have?
Yeah, well, I know some districts that do it, and I've talked to Audra at length about, works with Steve, at length about what it might do for us. And it really what came from is Patrick and I were talking to them about our cash flow analysis that they do at no charge for the district. And we were talking about really needing some projections over time and really looking at that piece of what's going to happen in 5 years. So we've been looking so much at our cash flow analysis from year to year, but then also our budget from year to year. But it really was one that we started talking about. She kind of encouraged us to think of it as almost a next step in our analysis, and really sold us on all that it can do. And especially when you're talking about negotiations or you're talking about major changes and legislation, and those are things that have really impacted us lately, as we hear the possible pension shift of 0.5% of payroll, or those scenarios as they come out, you can immediately punch them in and then figure out what it's going to do, how it's going to impact the district, and rather than trying to recreate that on your own, it's pretty quick to use.
So are there a big assumption that gets entered is when you actually get your extension? You can plug that in and update this model, or if the GSA proration were to be announced going forward, we can plug that in and automatically show you how it's going to affect the bottom line.
So are there not products out there that just simply set up for us to do the calculations?
There are, the state board does one at no cost, but it's we think that this is one that is just, they have analysts that will help you process through it. And so there are some that are more cumbersome, and some districts just create them on their own. So then you're looking at large, spreadsheets. But this is one that they're experts in this area. They know what assumptions are best to make, and they know, it's all right there. So whether or not you would get something that's as explanatory as what they have here might not happen in another program. So this is just one that's top-notch, very well thought of. PMA has an excellent reputation as a whole, and like I said, we've been very pleased with the work they've done for us, because they did a lot of work for us, obviously, with the referendum, our cash flow analysis that we've done, talking about our short-term investments, long-term investments. They've done quite a bit for us that we've been very, very pleased with.
Is there just the one level of service here, or is there different fees for different stuff we're trying to keep track of?
This is just one level of service, which would include the analysis, coming out, meeting with the administrators to finalize it, putting it on the web for the district to run their own scenarios, or they can call us and we can run scenarios for them. It also includes a formal board presentation with the final numbers, where we would come out and we would customize a presentation based on the needs of the district to identify the financial projection for fund by fund or in aggregate, however detailed you want to get.
And that could include, your presentation could include a projected 3-year financial position as well as 5, or you just choose?
Yeah, we do customization.
Okay.
On an individual basis. So yes, if you just wanted to show 3 years, we could eliminate the last 2 years.
Or 5, or whatever, okay.
Sir, go ahead. I'm looking for guidance from you guys, because a lot of this stuff, I'm bombarded every day with people that want to come in and help me run my practice. They'll easily take 40 grand from me to tell me how to make 150, but then it doesn't always pan out. It's a totally different ballgame. But when I'm seeing this, a lot of this is what, in my own mind, I see needing to be an in-house function. And we see a lot of graphs and stuff that tell us a lot of the same information, but I'm also not a total numbers person. So I'm looking for help in this, because this is kind of a long-term.
It's a really much more robust than what you're getting from us. It's much more robust and much more all-encompassing. And it's a 5-year rather than a year-to-year. And, it's all of those things that they know. They're out there in the market, they're out there in the school districts doing this every day, and can bring that expertise to us. So I just feel like probably more robust is a better term for what they can do compared to what we've been doing.
How many school districts are you currently doing this at?
Over 170.
Throughout the state?
Yes. Just in Illinois.
Ranging in enrollment from?
Very small to extremely large.
Crete-Monee I saw is pretty big district.
Crete-Monee's has about a $40 million budget. I work with some that have an $8 million budget. And others, like Rockford, we do this, has over a $300 million budget. And then anywhere in between.
And Brandon, trying to make, with these graphs and that sort of thing, and trying to make it so that you change one number and it affects everything on there is complicated beyond belief. And trying to make sure that all the different spreadsheets all talk to each other, and then the information comes out. Because I don't know how many spreadsheets you've got just to make up this graph presentation here, but it's beyond complication. It's beyond comprehension. And Susan, you probably know that too, and Rick, you probably do too in your job with trying to do those kinds of things. So
a couple comments. One is, when you see our graphs in the financial report in a little while that Patrick is doing, while this appears to be a cost, let's not forget that there's a cost to what is being produced now. In that, I know I've spent hours and hours trying to figure some things out, pulling data from the ISB website and from our budget and all of that, but there's no consistency at all. And then we work each month to redefine what Patrick has been giving us and to try to help understand what that is. But that's pretty historical and pretty current budget year focused. It's certainly not giving us the 5-year projection, which we all want to to have, so, and it's third party, because we could all make our own assumptions. And
And have various opinions, which of course never occurs in the finance committee meetings, right?
It's kind of like having, it's kind of like having, legal support. We make a lot of decisions in terms of applying the code and applying state, statutes and case law and when we're making decisions. But we do call on legal counsel when we need expertise. And same thing, with this, that we make our own, we'll still make our own projections, we'll still do things on our own, but calling on the experts when we need to make a 5-year projection is a pretty wise decision, in my opinion.
Rick, would you anticipate that this would replace some of the work then that Patrick does now?
enhance it. It would, I would say yes, it would replace it, but it would also
Replace
enhance
it, so make
It's
it
another
better.
tool with an outside resource to use.
Some districts run this side by side with their own projections as a check to see if you're close. I mean, you're never going to be exact, but if you're close, then you know that both sets are correct. And if there is a variance, then you can dive in and see where the variance is.
Well, I support this idea, and generally I don't like to spend money on anything. But we don't have, and everybody in the finance committee I would imagine agree that we don't have, we don't know what our 3-year numbers look like, what our 4-year numbers look like, what our 5-year numbers look like. We're still at 1 or 2 years. That's not enough. So for the forecasting component, I support it. Of course, it depends on the reports that can be generated and discussed at the finance committee meeting, and it does require time on Patrick's part to put together, but I'm sure he's willing to do that. Right, Patrick?
Anything else?
Well, then,
Yeah,
to
go
what
ahead.
Susan just said, does that mean that there are, I imagine there's a series of standard, what you would term a standard report, a 5-year forecasting report and all of that, and then do you collate all of our data and start it? Because all of a sudden, if Patrick's doing twice the work that he's doing now and creating.
They do it for us.
So he's just pressing a button and having it in print.
We would provide some information.
We have a list of data that we need to build the file. And after I collect that data, then I build the file and we come out, basically run through this budget line item, how much are we going to increase it in year 1, year 2, all the way to year 5, and we go through those assumptions.
Does some of your forecasting include, in our case, the fact that our district continues to grow, so any kind of that projection, or is that a different?
And grow meaning enrollment?
Enrollment.
Enrollment
Yeah,
growth.
enrollment is incorporated.
It is?
Yes.
Okay.
At a grade level.
Is there an unlimited amount of support from you?
Contracted for 40 hours. We occasionally go above that. There's an hourly fee above it, but we rarely actually charge the additional fee.
That's a lot, that's almost 1 hour.
But part of the setup is included in those 40 hours or not?
Yeah. We typically don't have to use all 40 hours on any one district.
And I would envision this at some point being used in tandem with the next report that we have coming up with the audit. So you can start to look at the audit numbers and the numbers that's telling us, and then use this tool to start to plug in some different scenarios that help address where we are, especially with the financial ratings and that, what are our goals and how do we get there, and what tweaks need to be made to move in the right direction.
Well, we've got typically a 4 to 8 week turnaround once we get the data, having this model up and ready and finalized.
Who has, do any board members have access to?
No, we typically just give it to superintendent and the business manager, and if the board wants scenarios, they would go through them. And they could run it on their own on the web, or they could contact me and I could run it for them.
And there's some initial training for the
Yes, absolutely.
for the individuals who would be working within the tool.
Very professional.
Is this an item that we are going to make a decision on?
Yes,
We'd
this
like-
is an action.
We'd like that, yeah.
Action item, yes. Any other questions or comments?
Well, I was just commenting that Rick suggested that maybe the finance committee members should have join the group and learn some of this as well during the training session. I thought it was a good idea.
You mentioned there are varying levels of this product, or are there varying levels of this product?
We do some customization, but there isn't a lower level than the $9,000 charge, and this, there isn't like an abbreviated version or a more condensed version. It's just this product, and however much you want to do with it, it's up to the district.
Sounds like the finance committee really thinks this would be helpful.
Yeah, it's a working tool for the administrators and the board members. And it has to be shared and discussed, but I do think it's really important because right now, we have no forecast for even 3 years out.
Patrick, what's your thoughts on this?
It'd be extremely helpful. As I said, it gives us that 5-year forecast that we can start building our goals and assumptions on. It's needed to give us that good starting point.
Do you personally know any school districts that are using it?
Everyone, I've never heard anything negative about PML. And we've had nothing but positive experiences with them. And any of the opportunities we've had to work with them in this tool, I've seen it several times. And every time I've seen it, I've been wanting to use it. And I think it's time that we look at it seriously.
I have a short list of some districts in the area that are using this program, and that's Taylorville, Pana, Arcola, Charleston, Mattoon, Macomb, and Bond County. Just a few examples.
Wow.
Patrick, is any other
Quincy still
company
uses?
providing this kind of service?
I don't know for sure.
I know they used to, yeah.
Not that I'm aware of. I just don't know.
Robin, do you know anybody using this?
Many of our districts, well, those are our clients that you just mentioned, were requested at the end of the audit periods to forward the AFR in certain formats to PMA for them to use in this analysis, so I'm very familiar with it.
Okay. Any other questions?
Thanks, Steve.
Comments?
Thank you.
Thank you. Not then, this is an action item tonight. It's the recommendation of the administration to approve this financial planning program through PMA. The cost is $9,000 for the first year. A motion to approve that?
I need that.
Thank you, Susan. And a second, please?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Rick. And call the roll, please.
Worley?
Yes.
Carter?
Yes.
Huff?
Yes.
Maddox?
I'm gonna abstain.
Petermeyer?
Yes.
Weitzel?
Yes.
And Nusis?
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
All right, next item we have is our audit presentation tonight. Moving right from one financial thing to another. Robin, how are you?
This was poor planning by someone. You have your tax levy hearing and then PMA and then me. So anyway, I'm going to present your audit report and try to do it in a very summarized fashion, just to give you the highlights of it. As you can see, there's a lot of information to go through here. It's very fresh. We did finish our field work at the district on Friday at 1 o'clock. And needless to say, I have been spending a lot of time with your notebooks, so I'll present this to you. Just a few things I want to mention. The first is in your audit report. The first pages in there are the independent auditor's report. If you look at this and compare it to audit reports in the past years, The format has changed. It's the first time, I think, since the 70s that this has changed. The information is the same, but as the profession moves and everyone moves towards transparency, they've changed the format. There are headings on there that tell you what the paragraph is going to say before you read the paragraph. Most important thing about the independent auditor's report to know, though, is at a school district, there are two opinions in that report. The first opinion states that the financial statements are presented fairly in accordance with the regulatory basis of accounting, or how Illinois State Board of Education wants Illinois school districts to report their information. The second opinion says that the financial statements do not present fairly the assets, liabilities, and results of operation in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. That is in there. It seems negative. It seems like it's a bad thing. It's not. It's actually called an adverse opinion. But because of the Freedom of Information Act, anyone can get a hold of your audit report, and if they're not familiar with school district accounting, they might misinterpret what they're reading. So it's kind of a caveat or a warning in that report. So the wording is different, the format is different, it pretty much says the same thing as your other reports. I did want to point that out. The financial statements, when I talk about the financial statements, I'm speaking collectively, even though they're presented in individual fund format, as required by the state. When we talk about the financial health of the district, we're really looking at the operating funds, which would be the education fund, operations and maintenance, transportation, and working cash. So when I'm talking about the financials, that's really what I'm referring to. If you were to look at these, and again, the state does not allow for comparative statements, you will see that there's a decrease in cash investments in the operating funds of $2.7 million from the prior year, and also a decrease in fund balances in the operating funds of $2.2 million from the prior year. And I read all your board minutes. I know that's no surprise to you, and that's why you have looked at making cuts throughout the districts. What we're seeing at school districts in the state is that revenues are either decreasing or level. Between 2012 and 2013, revenues did remain level, and expenditures actually decreased at the district. When you compare these to last year's numbers, please remember, though, that a year ago you had the virtual desktop project was about a $1.5 million project. That was required to be shown as an expense last year, even though you're still paying for that. It was required to be shown as an expense in operating funds. So as you're looking at these and saying, hey, we really did cut expenditures, please keep that in mind, is that really does change the picture a little bit. So technically revenues were pretty level, and expenditures without that were pretty level. Expenditures exceeded receipts in the operating funds by approximately $2 million. So there is still cause for doing analysis, looking at revenues, being concerned with your tax levy, and again, really watching expenditures. In fiscal year 12, you had two funds that had negative cash and negative fund balances. This year, there's only one fund that had a negative fund balance, and that was your municipal retirement or social security fund. Not what we consider an operating fund of the district, but it is the fund, and you had to loan money to both the educational fund and the municipal retirement fund during the year. So that's what created our negative fund balance there. Part of the PMA presentation was about the financial profile score. Included in your audit report is your financial profile score. And for Ball-Chatham, it was a 2.9 this year, and that is still the financial early warning status. That is the same status that you had last year, but your score has improved a little bit. Last year, your score was a 2, and the scores are out of 4. It was a 2.65. This year, it is a 2.9. The change in that is attributable to a change in one of the weighted factors, and that was expenditures to revenue. It increased, or was a better score, but where you declined was in the percent of long-term debt remaining. Each school district can borrow or have Capital leases debt of 13.8% of your equalized assessed valuation. And as we're issuing more bonds, we're eating up part of that long-term debt margin out there. So that score did decrease. I think it was 18 million in bonded debt that we added during the fiscal year under audit. That's a highlight, a nutshell of finances, kind of the big picture, if you will. There's a lot more detail in your report. We focus on the financial information, but there's other information in your report. Namely, there is, following the independent auditor's report, there is a report on internal control and compliance for the district. And we look at adjustments that we've had to make and consider why we had to make those. Is it a control weakness? Is it a compliance issue? And what are those? So we have come up, there are several findings in the audit report. They are included, there's tabs in your report, and in the federal compliance section is where you will find the schedules of findings and question costs. And that is where we detail what our internal control and compliance findings are. But in summary of those, we have, and this has been an issue since I've been doing the audit. There are unauthorized interfund loans occurring. How that happens is there are district accounts, bank accounts, that are shared by all the funds. So we have one bank account, and part of that belongs to education, operations and maintenance, bond, and interest. If any one fund overdraws their share of that particular account, that is considered borrowing from another fund. And so in the books, and like I said, I think this is my fourth audit here, when you look at the bank reconciliations, there's positive and negatives. You come to a positive amount, there's money in that account, but how it's allocated among the funds, some of the funds are overdrawing their share. We actually this year have prepared entries that will get rid of those negative amounts as of June 30. And they'll have to look at what has happened since June 30, but perhaps that finding could disappear in the next year. We had misclassification of material debt service transactions. In particular, I mentioned last year's large capital lease project for the virtual desktop computing. Those payments for that, I think it's around $300,000 a year, have to be paid out of the debt services fund. And those were paid and budgeted out of the educational fund. Those have to be moved. That's a pretty big adjustment and change in operations between those, and also some coding of principal and interest. And this becomes very important if you're looking at doing any analysis of your numbers. It's very important at the state level that all Illinois school districts account for their expenditures and classify them. I mean, you know what they are, but it doesn't put you on a playing field to compare your data to other districts. So that's why it's very important. Even like I said, you know what they are. It's not apparent to those that aren't familiar with those numbers. I noted that the district did not have a process to track the status of prior year audit findings, and I say that because I have some repeat audit findings, and there needs to be a formal process put into place and an update to make sure that the same audit findings don't happen year after year. We did identify material weaknesses and controls over payroll processing and reporting. We had significant extra audit time in payroll liabilities in the payroll reporting area. Those are what those procedures were and what we did. The causes, the conditions, the effects are all detailed in your audit report. But controls over the payroll process and reporting do need to be addressed. Just again, misclassifications. It's so important. I can't stress it enough that everything is reported in accordance with the Illinois Program Accounting Manual. It affects everything. It affects per capita tuition charges. It affects maintenance of effort for special education expenditures. It affects your financial profile score. It's just very important, and especially the material transactions that are reported in accordance with what they call the IPAM. In the regular financial statement findings, the last thing I had is that we did have budgeted amounts or actual expenditures that were in excess of budgeted amounts in the debt service fund. And that was largely attributable to that payment that was recorded, see it affects everything, that was recorded in the education fund, and it needed to be paid out of the debt services fund. Once we moved it over to the debt service fund, it contributed. It didn't make all of it. I think its over expenditures were around $700,000, and that was about a $300,000 entry. So that's with the financial statements. Also included in here is the district receives about $2.2 million of federal funds. Anytime you receive over $500,000 in federal funds, you're required to have what's called a single audit or a separate audit on those federal funds, and it looks at how you spent them, and again, at compliance issues and internal controls over those programs. The single audit resulted in another finding, and again, this is a repeat finding from last year, dealing with the school lunch verification process. There are applications that the district receives for free and reduced lunches, and on a sample basis, a certain percentage of those must be verified to determine eligibility for that program. That process is supposed to be completed by November 15th, and the results sent into the Illinois State Board of Education by December, and that was not timely performed again. There is a comment in the management response to that in fiscal year 14 that will go away. It was performed and the results submitted to State Board, but it is in this year's report. We reviewed all the findings. It was a good atmosphere throughout the audit, a lot of communication, things that we would find or come up with on a daily basis instead of kind of waiting until the end of it. Management did respond to give us a management response to all of our findings, and you'll see those presented in your audit. Additional recommendations that we made, and that's in a separate letter that's not bound in your report, is just we'd like to see some cleanup on some bank reconciliations, collateralization, your deposits in financial institutions. You are not legally required to secure collateral to insure or secure your deposits in excess of what the insurance limits are. But the district's investment policy requires you to do that. So you're really kind of in violation of your own policy by not doing that. So just periodically there needs to be a check of what are our balances and what collateral has been pledged to secure those deposits. When I looked at the budgeted amounts in the Municipal Retirement and Social Security Fund, you're not over budget, but you're not drilling down to all of the functions that you have expenses for. And I think it will be more meaningful and a way to control expenses and look at that if you can provide more detail in your municipal retirement social security budget. Looking at activity funds, there are a few funds that have negative balances. That works the same in activity funds as it does for the district. If you have an activity fund that has overdrawn their share of, let's say, one of the school's activity funds, they're borrowing is an unauthorized borrowing from one of those other funds. That's not their money. Those need to be monitored. So when you do receive activity fund reporting as a board, just as an oversight, look at those to make sure that's not consistency or not material amounts of over expenditures in the activity funds. Lastly, we made a recommendation, and again, it's in your management letter that's included in your report, is that we recommend the district do a profitability analysis on your school lunch program. As part of our single audit analysis, we do a very simple analysis of what are my state revenue, what's my federal revenue, what am I getting from lunch sales, and then what are the costs associated with that. You even have depreciation numbers in here for food services, but the cost of food, the cost of benefits, the cost of salaries, equipment, and are your prices for lunches adequate, or do you need to look at costs another way? But we would suggest, as the district is overall looking at your expenditures, that you spend some time looking specifically at your food service program. That was pretty fast. a lot of information in there. I think we've talked, just because of some of the repeat findings and issues that we found in this audit, that it would be helpful if I met so that we can discuss the audit in more depth and the recommendations that we made with the Finance Committee. I'm excited about that. It's just a good way to sit down and really look at that. We spend a lot of time here. We spend a lot of money having your audit done. Spending more than the time of my presentation, I think, is a good idea. So we look forward to doing that. And if you have questions, I mean, the board hires me. For some reason, the board is tentative to call the auditor. That's fine, you can do that. If you have a question or need some explanation, I'll be happy to try to answer your question or get you the information that you need.
Well, I'm on the Finance Committee, Robin, and I am looking forward to talking with you a little bit more, and I think that's the appropriate venue. But one of the things that I'd like you to address to the full board is that our profile indicator dropped because our debt load increased. Correct? I mean,
that one factor, their actual profile score increased.
Okay, correct, the one factor. And that was at the end of 2012, 2013, when we had 18 million.
That was new debt.
New debt. Well, now we have, how much more new debt do we have to date? Patrick?
That's all we've sold, right?
Right.
Okay.
And I believe that the issue that, when I looked at subsequent events, the issue that you were looking at was a refunding issue, so that shouldn't have a big effect on that score.
No, but, okay, so are we planning to spend the entire 35 million? I mean, just initially, that's our estimate?
Right.
Yes.
Okay, well, I think one of the important things that we can get some assistance on is how that additional 17 million in new debt may, we need to do forecasting on how that will affect that indicator and thus our profile score.
Well, that would be a component of the PMA.
Correct.
And the
Correct.
calculation is in here, is in the audit report. If you look at that, it is not rocket science. It's basically your EAV times 13.8%. That's how much you can borrow or have debt. And then you just take your number of how much debt you have and divide it into it, get a percentage. The state board has an explanation on the website of the financial profile score calculation. And look at that and see. So that would be a fairly simple calculation to do.
No, but my concern is that if we add another 17 million in debt, okay, we're then spending more of our monies for bond and interest expense, correct? If we add another $17 million in new debt. I mean, this all is tied
Extending
together
that in the
as part
levy.
of
It's in the levy.
forecasting.
Yeah, it's extended in the levy.
It's
And
paid
it-
back in the levy.
Yeah.
So I mean, this is a good reason that we can
I mean,
begin.
basically, the financial profile score, they used to be something that was, touted, and when state funding decreased, nobody really talks about them anymore. But, they don't have, I guess, the weight that they used to after a lot of the state funding cuts. One of the things that is looked at, though, is when you are ready to issue more debt, is actually when it can be used. But they are, with a cash basis school district, it varies so much just on the timing of when you get your monies. So that also impacts how it works. And again, last year, yours was negatively impacted by a large capital purchase. So it's, like I said, it's out there, and everybody used to be, when I came into the meetings, they said, what's our score? And now it's like, I don't care what our score is. But it is, yours did increase. But yeah, that is a factor. Should also be advised that there are 5 factors to that score. The first 2 factors make up 70% of the score. The last 2 factors, which include your percentage of long-term debt remaining, only makes up 10% of your score.
Thank you, Robin.
Anything else?
Any other questions? No? Okay.
Well, thank you for
Thank you.
the assistance throughout the audit. I spent a lot of time right there.
This was her office.
Right there, that was my office for quite a while, so, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robin.
All right, then we need a motion here to approve our FY13 audit report as presented this evening.
I make that motion.
Thank you, Susan. And a second, please.
Second.
Thank you, Rick. And call the roll, please.
Carter?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Maddox?
Yes.
Petermeyer?
Yes.
Weitzel?
Yes.
Worley?
Yes.
Macis?
Yes. Okay, thank you. And thank you, Robin.
Thanks, Robin.
Next item we have is construction update. Mr. Murphy.
I'm going to change up the rotation here a little bit. Mr. Leonardi to step up. We'll talk about GES first.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't have these before. These out to you. This is about the restrooms. We all walk through. And this is what, you're welcome.
I can pass those so you can start. I'm trying to, 8:30.
Really? We'll make it quick.
Got one for Lisa, too?
Oh,
I'll share. It's okay.
Yeah, I got
Go
one.
ahead.
And Dave has one, I'll give one to Corey. If you remember.
Each one too, Dave.
Pardon me?
I need one too.
You got it?
I can email you.
I can email you that too, guys. Here, Corey, I'll give you this.
If you remember the other day when we had the OAC and we walked through, I think Brandon, you weren't there, but we walked through the schools and we talked about the Attorney General's office looking at the restrooms in the A-wing. So, and you remember what we talked about, and this is the solution, and with Dave Murphy's permission, this is what I've provided to the Attorney General's office for our resolution. If you remember our talk, this is converting remember we discussed that day, and I thought that we'd be able to use 50% rule, and I met with something I should have done a long time ago, but I met with Doug Gamble, who's the statewide ADA coordinator with Capital Development Board. Good friend, very smart, so I met with him. He thought that I would lose that argument, and it might be protracted to go with that because there are things in the new 2010 code that state that we have to have full accessibility, regardless of count. So what I've done, and this is for your consideration, and to provide the authorization to use this and provide a narrative, that what we'll do is, and you remember when we talked and they show you, there were individual two restrooms. We go to the second page. What we've done here is we'll just convert to partitions on the accessible side, and then a standard partition on the, I'm going to call it, as you look at the sheet on the right-hand side, and with an accessible lavatory. And Doug Gamble has agreed, as the ADA coordinator, to write a letter and contact the Attorney General's office that he believes this is in full compliance, so that's what I would recommend will be the proper solution to get granted that we'd be in full compliance.
This is on page 288 2, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So basically what you're doing is we're leaving the one left-handed restroom the same.
Yeah, except you take the lavatory out of it, Jim? When you go to the first page?
Yeah, okay.
The sticking point is with single-user restrooms, and this is what I missed. The single-user, the new reg has full 60 inches clearance at the water closet to the lab. And so by taking that out, Jim, that allows us to get that full 6 inches without changing any of the walls.
Gotcha.
And then we have it only requires 30 inches clear in the lab as your front approach on the other right-hand side. So this will comply because we got more than enough room. We'll have one standard, because it's multi-user, is where I gain the access.
Okay.
So that's the solution to that.
So 3 and 4 were just other options you considered. You're going with 2, right?
I'm going with 2. Number 3 and 4, no, actually, Carrie, is where the new addition abuts the
Oh, okay.
existing building.
Oh, okay, okay.
And number 4.
I'm with you.
And number
Okay.
4, Carrie, we're gonna take the brick out of there to gain that additional
Okay.
clearance.
Oh, good,
So
okay.
we need the clearance requirement.
Okay, perfect.
So those are the options we'll present. And again, like I said,
Okay.
that's
Those two show.
Doug who went over these
Oh, that
and
just
sort of gave
drive
his
around.
blessing that he thinks that's correct, and we both went through the codes, so that's what
Okay.
the resolution will most, with your permission, that's what we'll go forward with.
Yep.
Come out.
So the action we're asking
Good
for tonight
resolution.
is, if you approve this and we get approval from the AG, can we move forward with this design?
Let me ask you a question. Is there a cost over and above what's in the, that's in the base price, base bid of it?
I would say most likely, but
Okay.
we'll have Corey go ahead and project that for us too.
Talk with everybody that's involved and get a price and.
Okay.
Yeah, because we will be
It'll
taking
fall,
down
it'll
some.
fall within the contingency.
It will fall,
Yeah,
okay.
there won't be a vote.
So
We must,
really-
but we have to tear down some metal stud walls that we've got
Yeah.
already.
Yeah. But if this is a change, under, what's our threshold for change orders for board approval? Do we have one? Our threshold for change?
10%.
10%?
10% of the entire bill.
Which is, what's that?
That would be $50,000.
Okay.
We're not, if that approaches that, then, I probably won't be a chairman.
I would like to know, I mean, whether it's 30 or 50, I
won't be-
still would like to know what it is.
Susan, I'll give that
Okay.
to you.
Corey-
I don't have it
Perfect.
yet.
He's just seeing this, Susan, so Corey will
Yeah,
take that
perfect.
forward
No,
and give us.
my point there is that in order for them to get going on this, and I think this is probably in the critical path of this whole thing?
Yeah.
In order for them to get going on this, so we don't have to wait till the next board meeting, if it's within the contingency, it's within our change order threshold that is authorized by the board to go ahead, then we go ahead. But they will report back to us with what it's going to cost, yes.
Well, we don't have a choice, we have to do this.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, but I think we approve it tonight.
Right.
And we get a cost back from Corey as to what it's going to cost, but
Right.
my question was, is this within the purview that the construction committee has to approve something without coming to the full board on it? And it's a change order, so,
We have to make the change.
yes. Well, we have to,
And
yeah.
part of the authorization is also for me to formally do this with a narrative letter from Dave through
Yes,
you
yeah.
to respond,
Right.
because we have the letter from the AG's office. Now, it gives us 30 days. We want to get this resolved now.
Yeah, okay.
So we want to get that letter off to them tomorrow.
There's
That's
no,
why we're presenting.
there's no A&E cost to this
Yeah.
change, right?
Yep.
Thank you, Dave.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So do we have any other, well, let's take care of this item first. So need a motion then to approve the new design for the bathrooms in the new kindergarten wing on ADA, on page ADA-2 is presented this evening. And also, we have one bathroom that will, ADA-4, that will be the bathroom that abuts up to the existing structure.
Two singles.
Two singles.
And 2 pairs of the others.
Okay. So I need a motion to approve those changes in design per the drawings presented this evening, and Betsy will put those into those will be in, we can add this to board docs if we can, so that we know what was voted on board,
I
okay?
can email you. I can send you. Okay.
So moved.
So moved. Thank you, Brandon. And a second, please. Thank you, Lisa. And call the roll, please.
Yes.
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 Worley? Yes. Carter? Yes. Bruce?
Yes. Okay. Anything else, Dave? That's it? Corey will take care of it? Okay.
I guess, whatever.
Okay.
Next on the agenda is Graham Hyde, who are going to present some information that we need to act on tonight. We have some changes to phase 1 programming. We've gone from end of programming we find that we've got some changes and modifications for floor planning, and we'll let Mike talk about that in detail.
Let's start with,
You need me to switch, Mike? Are you needing me to switch?
yeah, if you can you switch to this?
I didn't know if you had it.
Yeah.
It's there. It's the first one, December update. December, oops. That's not it. It's the next.
Just where we got this.
It's open in the bottom.
There you go.
Oh, it's open, okay.
Is this the one you're looking at? Or
Well, we might go into this just a little bit here, but
should have a- Are you looking for this? This is what you're looking
yeah, let's start with this one first. This is a sheet that you've all seen several times before.
It's the first one there, Betsy. There.
It's called Construction Update. You know, it's got the shaded projects going across the page. I think we've added one or two to this list this time. Those represent the completed Phase 1 projects. I think there's about a half dozen of them on there now. There's about another 9 that still need to be completed. 3 of those are the additions that are going to go, into to next spring sometime. Bottom line on this page, we are about 77% paid out in Phase 1 construction. That's the bills that have been turned into Patrick so far. FF&E, furniture, fitments and equipment, that's kind of Dave's account file. We're about 32% along in that fund source. I think we added a couple of items to that this time from the last one. And then construction changes, we still are under 1%. So across the board, Phase 1, we're still holding the line, so budget still looks good, Phase 1 work. So next month, there's a couple of these projects on here. We should be, they're right on the verge of getting all their paperwork in, so we should have a couple more completed next time. So, anybody have any questions about the construction update?
Anything? No. Okay.
Next, you all have a handout of, these are, I'm going to start with a couple here. Am I moving in?
It's, no, I don't know that it's on there. Oh, you've got it, okay. Somebody's got it.
I'm going to start with these handout drawings and show you, these are more for informational purposes. This is GIS. This is the interior remodeling and GIS that's going to happen in Phase 2. All we want to do is bring to your attention as we're working through some of the designs on these. They're somewhat minor changes, but they do affect classroom sizes. We've been working with the administration in that building to make sure we get these classrooms dialed in to the correct size. I'm just going to go through quickly some items at GIS. About as good as you can get it. Okay. Next, the cover sheet, there's 5 different areas in GIS that we're going to be working in, remodeling. Corey's office, Stairwell Shea Builders, will be involved in that. We have not completed the design on any of that yet, but it will happen within the next month or so, and we'll be going out for bid on that. I'm going to start with the next page in. That's the space immediately west of the forum. It's currently a foods area, and we are carving that up into 2 classrooms instead of 1. One of the things that we found is we're trying to achieve classroom sizes of about 900 square feet in that building. That's what all the existing ones are. That's what they're used to, so that's what we're trying to strive for. So you notice we've got 2 classrooms there, one 860 and one 920. They're both within the league that's tolerable. The triangular shaped space The administration requested that currently there's 6 islands, old cooking stations. They still use those. So they've requested that we maintain 4 of those in that classroom. So that classroom may be a special purpose classroom utilized in that fashion. So that's basically the changes that you can see on the left-hand side, the non-colored plan. That's where we were. So we're very, very similar, but we're starting to, get a little bit more design refinement with what's going to be in the spaces and so on and so forth. The next area is the old administration area. Obviously, administration moves to the new addition. So we're going to carve that up into
No, you were right.
There we go. We're going to carve that up into 3 classroom spaces. The current front office area, that's a larger area. We still have over 1,000 square feet in there, but you notice when you walk in the front door, it's kind of oddly shaped. It's not really usable space. That's the reason why that's a little bit larger. It would have been about 1,200 square feet, so we carved a storage area that's in need in that building. Actually, the old foods area moves out, takes out an IT storage room. That's where that's going. Next, the commons area. The commons area also includes the kitchen. And remember, in the commons area, we're going to fill in that 2-step depression in the middle to more easily place the seating in that area. We'll have capacity for 384 seats loose. Currently, they sit 16 students at a table. These 32 tables has only 12 students at a table, so there'll be a little looser seating capacity in there. We have to add some equipment as well as reuse some equipment in the kitchen. It's kind of small to see what's going on in there, but we've had to actually move the serving line out a little bit to make some space. This area, a little triangular area off to the side, right here is a large break room right now for staff. It's going to be downsized somewhat to be able to carve out a couple more offices that are in need in the administration area. So not a lot of, just more refinement in that area. We've met with the staff and the kitchen staff and the administration of the building to make sure that we're fitting that kitchen out the way they want it. Next is we are placing 2 classrooms in the east end of the field house. In between those 2 classrooms is going to be a storage room that's food storage for the kitchen. The kitchen is small. I should have explained on the last slide, the kitchen area, we had to outboard the freezer cooler, walk-in freezer cooler, just to gain some usable space within the kitchen. This extra space is storage space that currently is at the opposite end of the cafeteria seating area, and I think what used to be maybe an old vending area or a space that it might have been for events.
The area here on the side? This used to be part of the gym.
Well, no, the opposite end of the cafeteria that was associated with the office area. There's a large thin dry storage area. Yeah, dry storage area, I think. So this plan also shows, you can see here, we're achieving real close to our 900 square foot classrooms. A new bleacher, telescoping bleacher, will accommodate about 848 people on that bleacher is going to be new and placed in there. And it also been requested that we provide one of those roll-up curtains like you have in the high school. It'll be motorized so that they can get some dual-purpose space out of this for for their education needs. And this last area, I think, is the old industrial arts area. This one was probably that shows the most change from what you can see the drawing on the left. There's one existing classroom currently, and there's the classroom on this side that's this entire space that's called the rock room wall. And then there's a large open space here and some smaller spaces and some storage space in here. When we started carving this up, we were coming up with 670 square foot classrooms, which the administration thought were not going to be very useful. They don't get a lot of use out of this classroom currently, so we looked at how we could divide this up better to get larger classrooms. And the need was expressed that they still use this rock room wall, at least under the current occupant load for the building. So we thought we would leave this space the way it is. It's large enough that it can be divided with a wall in the middle. That'll end up with 2 classrooms that are 870 square feet or so. And then 2 more classrooms over here, even though they're long and slender, they're 945 square feet. We cannot, we end up losing this classroom because we cannot create a dead-end corridor. We have to have a way out of here. There's also a need for paper storage in the building. And this space currently, because you don't need the extra classrooms currently, could become storage and not finished out. Everything heating and ventilating wise would be all fitted for classrooms, and then the space just completed later, as would the rock wall room. So those are, what we're actually doing is not creating a total of 5 classrooms in this area. Currently, there would be these 2 new classrooms plus the rock room wall, which is also another classroom, and then a storage space.
Can I roll you up just a minute? If you notice, this is the original concept drawing. This is the proposed concept drawing. It's important that you see this. It represents change. Mike, would you talk to the cost of the change?
Yeah, the cost overall, all of these, the interior changes at GIS, I think is a negative number. I think we're going to save a little bit of money from our original budgeting. There's also some other items. We know that we have to add some heating and air conditioning in the old administration area where we were hoping to capitalize on what was there before. Because of the extra student load in there, we think we need to add a unit. Even considering that, we think we're somewhat less than $100,000 to the good side budget-wise. So we're not spending more money in there, but we're still making changes that more tailors these spaces to what the administration thinks they actually need.
What I'd like to do now is, you've seen the changes proposed. These are internal changes. They represent changes in footprint only, reduction in cost. What I'd like you to think about, what I'd like to consider now, we'd like to move forward with this concept, get away from the original concept, and I'd like to take action on that piece before we move forward, because as we move forward, it starts to get more complicated, if you think that's appropriate.
Any questions?
Yes, I put rock wall room. Is that climbing wall?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a classroom currently, but they have indoor PE there, and
That's what I thought, but.
yeah.
Because you don't have the extra population need immediately, they thought they could better use that space for the way it is right now. So we would still set it up with heating and air conditioning equipment so that it could be converted later. And we would put a ceiling in and the floors in and everything later, so as needed.
And these changes have been, Liz has been involved in all of these changes and all these meetings back there. I see you shaking your head in the back there.
A lot of these are her ideas.
Well,
most of these are her ideas.
Okay.
So the original concept does not mean original plan. Like if you look at the home ec room, that's not what the home ec room looks like
No,
today.
it was the original one that you were brought when we first started talking about
We started
programming.
talking about phase 2, that's what.
Original
Just
design.
to change in Zeller's
And
drawing.
as we started getting into the design, and this is just really simply a refinement. And fortunately, we're going backwards budget-wise, it looks like right now. So, of course, the contractors will test that for us. That's what we see.
What was, can you recall what the budget was on the original concept?
For those
Phase
areas,
two.
Yeah,
I've got the number somewhere.
okay.
well,
You could just, at a later time.
This is all of phase 2, right? That
Yeah,
we're
this
looking
is
at?
all of
Correct.
phase 2.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, the bump outs on the kitchen, how much of that hallway are they gonna reduce that
That
down?
hallway is 20 foot wide, and we're gonna be,
Take about half of it?
yeah, about half of it.
Is that gonna cause a bottleneck? Isn't that a main
We'll
hallway?
still be 10, 11 feet wide there.
Okay, and that's not gonna create too much of a bottleneck through there?
That will be fine. Got plenty of width. It was originally designed as more of a lobby, kind of a, meeting space, in there too, for a lot of extra space, so.
Well, yeah, lobby for the gym when
Right.
that was our basketball gym when they played all varsity
Now
games.
our-
We still hold activities in that gym.
Sure.
and
We still do a lot of
there's-
activities, but we're taking space out of it, so the occupancy is gonna be lower in there now too, so.
You gotta remember, you've got self-contained and sixth grade building, where that hallway used to be the 900 middle schoolers when it was in middle school. So because fifth grade self-contained, it won't be too much of a bomb.
Okay.
You're just talking about events, though.
And then bump outs, you say, are coolers?
Yeah, those are freezer coolers.
Remember the floor was failing?
What we do, we eliminate the two on the inside, they're currently there, and one on the outside. And we end up putting both freezer coolers, reducing the number of pieces of equipment that we gotta work with to 2 pieces instead of 3.
Roughly, the interior construction in the GIS was originally like $3.2 million, roughly. Any more questions about?
Originally 3.2, and we're kind of looking around somewhere around 3.1 now with those changes.
Yeah, we're going to be, I think it's like $84,000, if I remember correctly, the reduction that I'm looking at. So there's pluses and minuses both ways. We're spending more on kitchen equipment than I thought we would originally. We are reusing some, but there's enough new that adds to the cost. So.
Any questions? Need a motion then to approve the new designs for the spaces that are outlined in the board packet. And this will be included in the board packet and board docs when we're done with after tonight. So this is with the areas that we outlined tonight, which are the home ec area, classroom area back by the forum. We have the classroom area that's being converted from the old administrative area. We have the commons and cafeteria, the commons, cafeteria, and the kitchen area. And then we have the gym area that's going to be changed. And then also the old, that was industrial education, wasn't it? Yes, okay, industrial education area. So I need a motion to approve those design changes as presented this evening.
So moved.
Thank you, Brandon. A second, please.
Second.
Thank you, Rick. Call the roll, please.
Maddox?
Yes.
Peter Meyer?
Yes.
Whitesell?
Yes.
Worley? Yes. Carter?
Yes.
Cup?
Yes.
Nucis?
Yes. Okay. Going on.
We're going to stay with the same building. This is, we're on the outside of the building now. This deals with the roof. Remember the discussion we had about GIS roof and the cost, the tremendous cost for asbestos abatement of that roof? This drawing right here goes back to 2008 when you had a company do an infrared scan of that roof, and it showed that you had about 1,800 square feet or so of wet areas on that roof. That currently, what we have in the budget is to coat that roof. That roof has 2 separate membranes on it. We can't put a third one on, but we can coat it and take care of the seams and still get a 10-year warranty out of it. And that's what we were going to do. We would still have to cut out all of these areas and replace them with new insulation and a new rubber membrane on top, and that causes asbestos abatement when you do that. But what we found out as soon as we had this roof scanned again after the board approved the Phase 2 budget, these are the wet areas now.
This was as of April, right?
This was done just immediately after, I think, our October board meeting. We had it scanned, so it's real fresh, real recent.
Oh, okay.
They come out there at night and they use an infrared gun, and anything that's real light in color, white, turns up that it's wet areas below. That's about 10,000, if I could read the numbers, about 10,200 square feet of wet areas. What that does, that adds a lot of extra money to our roofing replacement for the extra abatement work that we have to do alone, to the tune of about roughly $150,000. So our old budget of, say it was $800,000, is right now $950 because of that, from what we found out. We're getting to a point now where, with all of these yellow areas, that we really need to reconsider, are we doing the right thing? Should we consider tearing this entire roof off? Now, this building over here was done in '94, and it's not part of that. It doesn't have asbestos on it. This field house is a metal roof, does not have asbestos on it, but all the rest of this building all has asbestos, except for the new addition, of course, has asbestos on it. So now we have about 87,000 square feet of roof area that we were going to recoat for a certain dollar amount. Now we need to consider possibly tearing it all off, getting rid of all the asbestos, since we're going to pay extra money for the additional areas, the wet areas that we have to cut out anyways. Bottom line is, budget went up 150 if we still recoat this area. If we decide to tear it off, instead of $1 million premium for tearing it off, tear off costs double what a recoat does, basically, on this. So if we tear it all off, instead of being $1 million difference, we're about at $850, $840, something like in that neighborhood now. And basically, the difference is, a lot of it is in all the extra abatement that we would have to do anyways.
By going to a new roof, that gets you a 20-year roof rather than a 10-year roof on a recoat. So what we need to think through, and tonight this is for information only, this portion of the presentation, is what do we do? Do we make the decision to go with a 10-year roof or to a 20-year roof? The investment, as Mike's saying, is probably around $840,000, $860,000 for a 20-year roof.
That's the delta, right? Okay.
When's the last time we've done something to this roof? When's the last time it was coated or sealed or whatever?
It's out of warranty now.
Yeah.
It's a rubber roof and
20-year life on rubber roof.
But I mean,
more than 20 years.
So we got more than what we were supposed to. We haven't touched this roof since.
Well, we recoated it, right?
Originally, when the building was built, it was a roof that was put on that, at the time, a lot of them shattered when it got real cold. It was a plastic PVC roof. I don't know that this roof did that, but sometime in '76, when the building was new, and '92 or whenever it was overlaid, they did overlay it with a sheet membrane, but they did not address the asbestos issue at that time. Mainly for the same reasons we're not.
We're allowed to put 2 roofs down on that structure. After 2, we've got to tear something off.
So we can paint it, and what I call, put a coating on it. What they do is they come in and they seam, there's multiple seams. You see all these little lines? That's a seam in that rubber. They're all over the place. They put a seam tape over that, and then they put a special coating over the top of it. But before they do that, any of the wet areas have to be cut out. We know where they are. They're actually painted on the roof up there, so they can find them again. The infrared report actually shows each and every one where they are and how big they are, so we can do that. I can tell you, in walking the roof for the new addition, I've been out on this roof recently, and it doesn't feel anything like this roof. It feels spongy. So I don't know, we can, theoretically, we can coat it and get 10 years. At some point in the future, somebody's gonna deal with it, the asbestos that's on that, so if we don't do it now.
Mike, could you tell me, okay, if we tear it all off and we put a new roof on, are we looking at 2 point?
This sheet might help you, the next one. What we did, well, you can see the big differences here. This column over here is titled, the recover. Let's see, we recoat, we do the paint job on the existing, we do the paint job on the existing 76 roof, and we recover the 94 edition. We can recover that because it's only got one roof on it, just like we did Ball last summer. It's half the price to do that, and you can still get 15-year warranty out of that. So, but you can go down through the chart, you can see a lot of the numbers are the same in both columns, but the differences are when you do the recoating or the replacement. And you notice this number got really large here, this 10,190 square feet of wet areas that went up from 1,800 square feet that we were counting on before. So, and it's just made, once you work down through all the numbers, the fees and contingencies and everything, I know that we had in the original budget about $812,000, and now construction costs, now we're up at $965 or something construction cost on the recoating alone. So something to think about. We need to make a decision on this. We haven't drawn anything, we haven't designed anything, but we need to take it in consideration in the whole budget.
Can you back up what you're drawing? One slide. Just so you know that this area here is going to be treated. We do have leaks in that area, and it'll be sealed up. Snow guards put in place so the snow doesn't slide off the roof onto cars, and new gutter.
And the ridge, and it'll be painted, it'll be recoated. Also in that, that $800,000 number, there's other costs around the building, replacing gutters, replacing downspouts, painting fascias, that aluminum fascia that goes all the way around the building. It's kind of discolored now. We want to make it sure that it blends in with the new addition color that we're doing. So there's other costs in there. If you look at on that spreadsheet, and even the center area, this was another change. This center area in the media center is a CalWall skylight. We were hoping that we would be able to recoat that, but we've had another recent project, and we actually have the original shop drawings that when CalWall put this together back in '96, we have those shop drawings in our office. We've got a hard number from them that's $40,000 to replace this skylight instead of $20,000. If we had them just try to recoat it, they would still have to take it apart, take it to the factory. A lot of times that's a 3-inch thick panel or so. The facers become delaminated. By the time you pay the extra cost of doing that, we're probably going to be money ahead just replacing it. So there's other numbers in there, in those estimates as well as things get further refined.
Again, this presentation on this portion of the presentation is just for information only. We'll come back next month and make a recommendation.
Any questions?
Any questions?
Just out of curiosity, we were going through the planning process, budgeting for construction and whatnot, is this not something that you expect to change over time, these types of scans? Because the scan that seemed to be relied on when the budget was created was from 2008.
You know, we did, actually, we did the same thing at Ball when we re-roofed that last summer. And if I remember correctly, through maintenance, the number of areas decreased, but the ones that still remained got larger. So Ball worked out well because in the 5 years difference, we didn't take on 8,000 square feet of additional wet areas. It actually went backwards because of maintenance that the district did. I think GIS is kind of out of control, to say the least.
And it's not that we're not doing maintenance, we are, but this roof is in such poor condition.
Yeah, just
that we can't keep up with the maintenance.
Well, I guess what I'm getting at is why didn't we do a recent scan when we were coming up with the plans and the budget?
Well, we hadn't approved phase 2 work. We did it immediately after phase 2 work was approved. So we just had a budget number in there for recoding it, which we thought we could do. And we could still do that.
To answer your question, this was presented in 2009 under the $9.3 million bond referendum. Unfortunately, it didn't make the cut for priorities. We had so many other priorities.
Okay.
Anything else? Any other questions? Okay.
Moving on to the high school, the administration has brought to our attention that although we're adding 14 to 18 classrooms, depending on whether you count these as classrooms or professional development space, they are large enough for classrooms. So theoretically, you've got 18 classrooms, which maxes out this building. Administration is telling us that there is currently a need for additional science classrooms. They're pretty much busting at the seams. So now we have to decide, and we budgeted this new addition at a certain size for 14 to 18 classrooms. Science classrooms are 1,170 square feet in your building currently, and your typical classroom is 750 square feet. By the time you throw in some corridor, you have an additional area of about 1,100 square feet that you have to add to this building if you want to maintain all 18 classrooms, in this scenario, and not downsize anything, to make up for that difference in the larger science classrooms. So that has a new cost per square foot associated with it. Carrie asked us, I think at one of our construction meetings, what would the cost difference be for putting them in the new addition as an option, or building them in the existing building as another option. And it turns out on the second floor, you can see where these two classrooms are. They're currently business classrooms, I believe, right now, that on the second floor are located immediately north of the restroom facilities. Those are 1,170 square foot classrooms, the same size that you need for your science classrooms, in the new addition. First thought, initially everybody was thinking that, boy, it's going to be a lot cheaper to build 2 new science classrooms in the new addition if you can get past the fact that the science department would be detached. All of your science department currently is housed up on the second floor in this area. If you could get past that, you would think it would be cheaper. It turns out it's not. although building the classrooms in the existing building might have or building them in the new addition might have a cost savings of $60,000 because you're not working below floors and above ceilings and that kind of stuff. A lot of the costs are the same. All of the science equipment's going to be the same no matter where you put it. There's going to be some additional cost in here for some additional ventilation. These are business classrooms. They're not set up for science classroom ventilation. But more importantly, if you go backwards, and you look at this area, by the time you buy this additional 1,170 square feet, Terry, to answer your question, you're about $175,000 more to build it in here than you would be to build it in the existing building. So we've answered that question. It's cheaper to do it inside. I would assume what you would do, you would move business to another location, you know, in the new addition then, because you have the available space.
Now, and that's assuming that we need the, as you said, 14 to 18 classrooms in that wing.
Correct.
Because if you could cut, and is that taking into consideration that would be a bump out on that end too? That
yes, you see here, this is the end of that wing. See how it bumps out there? It's about 14 feet. And that's, you know, I made that assumption that you wouldn't want to give up a couple of classrooms. Those 18 classrooms maxes out this building. And we've had that discussion before about not building too short, you know, and having to come in and add 2 classrooms sometime in the future. So.
How many classrooms are in our current business department?
3.
3, so if we took 2 of them for science,
We can look into moving those to business downstairs.
Downstairs, right.
into this new area,
You'd
Jim?
move the whole
Yeah.
department, right?
Yeah.
How many current science rooms are in the high school?
Current science rooms? Well, that's a good question. You got at least 4.
Well, there's 2 wings up here.
Let's see, we've got
You got them down here?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
that's all
6,
of them?
7, 8,
Okay.
9, 10.
Those are all science classrooms?
204 across there. Kind of a modified,
One
put a
that you
sink in it.
made
That's one that
into
you're-
a
yeah.
classroom.
So how many?
11, count that.
We currently have 11 and you're needing a couple more?
The thing with science rooms is, you know, you can bump up enrollment in different classes and such, shove more desks and things in. But a science room, you really can't do that, especially for safety purposes. And we're maxed out right now in some of those rooms. If, you know, we get the projected enrollment that we're talking about, yeah, we have to have more science rooms. Now, we talked about originally maybe just putting one in,
They look at.
trading in and out of it, with another classroom next door to science, but you don't do lab on this day. And
Then you have.
that's an option, but I don't think it's a very good option.
Well, you do eliminate half a class.
what was the cost again of making 2 science classrooms within the current building?
About $300,000. And then if we do it in the new addition, you're going to add about 175 onto that cost.
Added on to?
Yes.
So 475.
Yeah, maybe a little less than that, but you're in that league somewhere. And you're paying, what the difference is, you're paying for the extra square footage to build a building, you know, a complete building shell, as opposed to using existing space.
Now, what kind of issues do we have? Those 2 classrooms are right over the library, correct? That you want to use for science?
Right in the center.
That's correct, but they're also adjacent to your plumbing walls. So if you think about a laboratory and the amount of plumbing that's in a laboratory, very handy to put it in that area.
Yeah, because the plumbing's right here, right?
Correct.
You got, okay.
Now, I can talk to the ventilation issues, but laboratories require quite a bit more ventilation, and that impacts operating costs.
But don't we'd have to have the same ventilation if those were downstairs, if those were in the new wing?
Yes, correct.
So it's kind of a wash, right? It would be?
On that, but on the plumbing, it's very helpful to have in an application.
Yeah. Is that right? The ventilation would be a wash whether we put it in the new building or we put it in the old building and convert something else?
The existing equipment that serves this area isn't adequate to do ventilation for science classrooms.
Right. Okay.
And you don't need action on this tonight? Or you do?
We're not even sure you need these, you know, the administration says we'd love to have 2 extra science classrooms right now, but, you know, until we get this building, this addition built, you know, it's gonna take you time to fill it up anyways, but,
So we're going to come back with action on this, because what we may suggest is that we don't act on construction this summer. We wait till the following summer to get the addition built. Once it's built, we come back and make this modification.
Well, excuse me, but I have Mr. Lee saying we expect we're going to need more lab rooms space. He's the person in the building, he's the person who knows the count. So, I mean, I think it's poor planning if we don't address this now.
No, they're saying they will give them those 2 classrooms. They just don't know if it's going to be renovating something upstairs or adding them downstairs in the new addition.
But if you're saying waiting to do the construction, isn't this 7th grade class this year is like the largest class we've got in the district, right? So are those kids going to be, this would still be ready for?
I'm sorry.
Well, my
This year's 7th grade is...
Isn't this year's 7th grade class the biggest in the district numbers-wise, I think? So those kids...
Not by far, though.
Need, I mean, so when do we need those science classrooms for this year's 8th grade class, which will be freshmen next year?
No, I think we can get along another year. We were just talking about that. When we had these conversations, like I said, we originally thought maybe just converting one of those rooms. But if the projections are a high school of 1,700 or 1,800 kids.
You're going to need them.
You're going to need them. And if you're going to do it, I mean, do it right. We walked away the first time with something far less than this. But then we continue to talk. It's like, if we're going to do this and we're going to do it now, we probably need to do it right and then put 2 in. And so we are prepared because, I mean, I hear all different kinds of projections about how quickly we're going to grow, but you know, we're 14, almost 1,400 now. And, you know, in 2 years, we're at 1,650 or 1,700. We're really buzzing. We can do another year, absolutely.
But it's not going to affect the plans of the H-wing. If you just prove that it's going to be cheaper to do it on an existing room.
Right.
So it's not going to change the plans.
And we're not going to go,
Right.
The plan that they want is the one that doesn't cost as much.
And is there another classroom in there that down the road, if you need 3 science rooms, we can convert it over internally somewhere?
Probably right.
Right. Be to the north of it.
Yeah.
And there's another business room.
That you could convert over at some point down the road also?
Yeah, it would actually, because that one actually butts up to the other modified science room.
This one right here. This is a business.
The other nice thing about doing it in the existing building, even though it's a plus because it's more economical to do that, it keeps all of your science classrooms all in the same department, same area. Your storage rooms and other amenities, you know, to support them all.
Teachers.
Less duplication.
So I have another question. Let's say we do it in the existing building. Well, we need to find 2 business classrooms. 2 business classrooms automatically will need to be, you know, added. So when you say that the addition adds 14 to 18 classrooms, depending on how you use that, you know, this flexible space, well, we're actually reducing that count because...
No, we're not. No, because we would, instead of having the 2 in the new section, we'd put them in the old, we would convert them afterwards to, after this new high school edition is done, then we'd go back and convert those 2 and move the business ones then down into the new section.
Well,
so you're taking 2 classrooms for 2 classrooms.
This classrooms will still be here.
Okay.
And we haven't assigned, I mean, you've not thought about what's going to go into this existing, the new bump out at all. So this is currently unassigned space, except if we do this, we know that 3 of the 18 are now going to be business classrooms because you keep business together.
I think just 2.
Well, there's actually 3 business classrooms, you keep them together. You just would,
He'd
the other
move the
one
whole
would-
department down there.
You would want the business classes together?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So there would be a spare classroom upstairs for
math or something.
So Jim, you mentioned the right way. Is this the right way, the 2 new science upstairs and then move business down?
That was their
I think
first
that's the way to
choice.
handle it. I do.
So the plan of action then is to come back next month with,
Yeah, we'll come back with the budget numbers.
okay,
Plan. And then at that time, ask for action.
okay.
Next time.
Next topic, located near the west entrance lobby area, there's a photography room. This is a smaller item, but there's been a need expressed to open up this area in the back, the photography enlarging area that's no longer used as part of the curriculum. And you just open it up for, I think, more for digital use, digital camera use.
It's the old dark room, wasn't it?
The old dark room. It would involve removing the revolving dark room door, removing a portion of the wall, some of the cabinets, the island, and lighting and so on and so forth to fix up the space. Roughly, it's been estimated total budget price of about $25,000 to do that. That's, again, more informational. This is, I don't know, Jim, whether this is a staff request or...
Yeah, this is more a staff request. This is not why I call it a priority item. But what you do have there is currently a lot of wasted space. And so if we can capture it at a decent price to make it something more usable for maybe more in the media type area with photography, yearbook, all those, it would be helpful. But it really, it's just like storage right now.
I was gonna say they don't use it for anything other than,
And just, correct me, Jim, but just so you know, there's a lot of photography equipment in here, no longer used, that we could put on eBay.
Very old.
Or keep the 25,000.
Old.
there you go.
It's scary just trying to get into the room.
I'll bet.
That's right.
Okay.
The last item to review is the locker room situation down at the gymnasium end of the building. This area on the northeast corner, we're told that all of the locker rooms in the area are pretty much busting at the seams. This kind of speaks to the increased population of the school, although they could probably use additional locker space right now. So an idea was brought forward that on the north side, the boys and girls locker room area, that we would, I think currently the driver's ed is in this area. That would be another candidate to possibly move to the new addition. And we would, I think the AD reception and the AD office is down here in this area right now. It would be located over here so that we could keep a new locker room adjacent to an existing locker room, open it up, and just increase the locker space in both the boys and the girls area. We've estimated this to be somewhere between $200,000 and $250,000. And again, it's not although it might be a desired urgent need, it's not something that, that's in the budget right now or has to be done immediately. But it's a way to capture some space without building an addition or an appendage onto the building, which would be far more costly. Any questions about that one?
Anything?
Okay, there is one other slide missing, that's my capture slide, one Mike and I share with one another, and also our construction committee, just to give you some background on this. Phase 2 request. As a part of programming, we go from concept to programming. The requests come forward. The ones that are highlighted are the ones we're bringing forward, let you know that we've got information and we're starting to lock down the numbers. These are the ones that are highlighted. It's tough to tell right now, but the light blue, light yellow, light green are all items that the numbers are fairly hard, fairly consistent. There are some action items there that we've already acted on. The fence, security door, timeout room. We've acted on those, and those are projects that will be happening. Playground updates, those are the items that we discussed earlier this evening. But these are the kinds of things that the construction committee sees and we bring forward as we start locking down numbers. And that I want you to take a look at this, get some idea of what's coming up. Generators will be discussed next month, along with some information from REA. They've sent us a letter, and they've made some commitments to us, which will reduce our generator costs. We want you to hear that from them. Mike, you got anything to add?
The only other quick item, phase one is well underway. We know contingency-wise we're in real good shape. There should be fairly substantial savings contingency-wise. We're going to end up spending about $15 million in phase one. And then in phase two, right now I've got it projected, even if we add all of the items that we were talking about as projected need, we're still under the $35 million price tag, and there's about $18 million, $18.4 as I recall in phase two. That automatically includes $1.84 million worth of contingency that we always carry it, but hopefully we don't have to use it. So there's budget money still available in a lot of this stuff, and next month maybe we can refine these numbers a little bit to give you something that you can get your arms around a little better. Because I know it's all got to add up, and ideally we don't need to spend all the $35 million. I know you don't want to, but we also have to take care of all the needs that you have as well. So.
And the reason you're seeing this list, there's constantly things that, as we go through our discovery process for building additions, I'm finding now that my fire pump does not meet our needs for the building addition. It's not large enough. That could be another $40,000 to $70,000 in replacement. It's not even on my list yet. We just found it out. So as we go through, our engineers go through their discovery process, there'll be more items added to this list. And construction committees are very helpful in helping you prioritize some of these things.
Isn't the roofing system, it seems like that's the practical way to go, but isn't $825 too low now?
That's the extra.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's the premium, $825,000 more than what we have in the budget.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be 1.6 or something by the time you get fees and contingencies and everything else on there.
So actually, this schedule is really the difference between current concept minus versus original concept.
Yes.
How are you supposed to figure that out with no title?
This is the working group. Yeah, I should have put a title.
We can put a title on it.
Yeah,
And then we can
okay,
update
'cause I didn't read it that way
Yeah,
at all.
there are still some numbers on there that Dave and I had conversations and they didn't get updated,
Like the chem labs, yeah.
There's a disparity there from what I just told you, and
Yeah.
some items just didn't get updated like we wanted.
Okay.
So
When
this
they-
is just a talking point.
This is just a talking document. When they go to green, the numbers are accurate when they go to green, because
That's actually, it's fair statement.
That means we brought them forward to you for action, and those numbers are hard.
Right.
Can you put a label on that too, so we know what green, blue, and yellow are?
I will do that.
And so you're asking us to think about yellow, the proposed yellow projects, is that correct?
Yes, well, when you want to consider doing them, how urgent, prioritize them basically. And the roof is, although we're not drawing on that roof right now, we will be in in a month or 6 weeks or so, so we need to know which direction to pursue.
So, under the district office column, would you add 125 at the bottom there? You don't have it, you didn't drop down your total.
The reason it's not down there at the bottom, I don't know at this point whether we're doing
Okay,
anything or
that sounds
something. So I didn't add it down at the bottom.
Could we bump the
I just threw a number against it so that people have an understanding of what it's going to take to get ADA.
Yeah, they have to work with kids tomorrow.
Yeah.
Mike's areas was the yellow areas. My areas to talk to were the playground updates. And I want to talk to Jim Floyd painting later on tonight. And I've been asked to hold out on outbuilding replacement at Chatham Elementary until next month.
Thank you.
The Chem Lab's first floor 200, Chem Lab second floor 300.
He's gonna fix that.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll.
It's an error, yeah.
Just hasn't been updated yet. It's not an error, it just hasn't been updated.
These numbers are dynamic. I mean, they change as fast as we talk.
Matter of fact, the Jim
That's okay,
Curtin,
I'm gonna forget that
the
one.
30 number, I've got covered in all of those 5 areas already in that budget, so there's some things that shouldn't even be on that list. That's one item that shouldn't be on that list.
Anything else? We're good? Corey, do we hear from Corey yet?
Corey's got a report. He's going to talk to us about commercial.
As far as all 3 of the additions, they're going fairly well. Minus the whole ADA situation at GES. 2 of the wings, we are currently all finish coated with paint. We're going to start ceilings this week, and then move on to flooring probably at the beginning of the year. Over at GIS, we're taping our drywall as we speak, and we're going to start doing paint finishes on that. And the brick, I'd say, is probably about 60% complete. Once they finally started getting going, they have a rhythm and they'll start moving forward. And then over at Ball, again, we're doing taping over there, and we're gonna start doing some painting. The windows were installed Saturday. All the windows were installed at Ball Saturday in the snow.
good.
So they volunteered to do it, and we said okay. So we got a big Christmas break coming up for 2 of the schools. GES, we're taking out the existing indoors of the wings and replacing them with the big heavy metal or hollow metal doors, and then moving those exterior doors out. Once that's done, we'll start on the flooring, and that'll really take shape. And hopefully we'll get an answer on this ADA so we can proceed into the kindergarten wing. And then at GIS, we're gonna take down the exterior wall that goes into the commons to where they attach. There'll still be a temporary partition there, but eventually it'll open up right before spring break, and it'll all be open, so. We got a big Christmas break coming up, and,
Can you talk to GMS?
Oh, and GMS, Dave came to us wanting to put in a airlock storefront at the east entrance. And all that material's ordered. I have my guys in line to start that. That'll take place over Christmas break.
Okay.
So,
Good.
any other questions?
Any questions?
Thanks, Corey.
Have we stopped collecting IDs at GMS when people check in?
That's a different topic.
Thank you.
Randy's working on
Thank
it.
you. Enjoyed the tour the other night, too.
Yes, thanks,
It was
Corey.
good to see everything going as well as it was, so.
Call me anytime.
Oh, well.
We're gonna move pre-K up so they can,
Do you want to do the air conditioning? Or
can we
we're
do
not gonna
pre-K
that?
first? They have to work with
Yeah.
little people in the morning.
Okay. We're going to make a change here. We're going to go to 11-4, Jill. We're going to go to pre-K first. Dave, we're going to do...
Dave, we're gonna,
They all have to be up early tomorrow and deal with little kids,
working
which...
with 3 and 4 girls.
After that's adjournment.
Yeah,
Unless
'cause you
you
have
want
to
to
be up
stay.
working with little ones too, don't you?
I'm gonna go pretty fast. People are tired. I want to thank the team here. They've been wonderful to work with, and I've not seen the passion as much. I mean, it's been a joy to work with each and every one of you. Teachers, the parapros, the OT, the PT, the speech. We surveyed parents, transportation. Kevin Moore had some say in this as well because he needed some internship hours. And so Jen and I have really enjoyed this, and Joe, with studying this program and what's going to be best for our students. And so you'll see the current program, the benefits of our program, what entails with the equipment and supplies. Betsy, if you'll go to page 7 of the slides, where we talk about special education service, I want Jen to make some notes there.
There's not much really to say because Monica already said it earlier. But I did want to point out the structured program that we have in our pre-K program is top notch. To say anything other than it functions as a well-oiled machine would be quite an understatement. They really have it down to a science. But I want to make note that is really a specialized program, and currently we only have 6 students in that classroom. So when you talk about splitting it, I just want you to keep that in mind, that we are talking about possibly having students from the 3 different schools that we would have to bus away from their home school to have this program, because it is very intense and very specialized. The next slide talks about overall our other 7 classrooms that we have, and I just want to point out that we offer the blended classrooms, where you have a mixture, a blended of students who are typically developing along with their peers who need more assistance, and it is phenomenal that they're all dual certified and can meet those needs. And then the other unpredictable point that we have in pre-K are our students that are eligible coming out of early intervention services. We are obligated to provide services once a child turns 3. On their 3rd birthday, we are obligated to provide services. And that is just every year. We just never know. We get a list from the state with 6 months kind of telling us who's coming through the pipeline, but they don't tell us what their needs are. So it is very hard for me to predict the future as to how many students we'll get each year and to what school they will have to attend. So it is nice to have all of the classrooms in one location because it gives us more flexibility in order to meet the students' needs.
Transportation, I want to talk a little bit about this. The longest route is about 78 minutes. And our longest 78 minutes for a child on the bus. However, I'm going to tell you that at that age, that's one of their highlights. When they get to middle school, that's 78 minutes. That's too long.
They fall asleep.
And so it's to Lincolnshire right now, but that could change next year. But I did ask Jim that question. I mean, I think it's gotten a little bit better because I used to sit on the bus when my own child went. I mean, they sat on the bus at GIS and picked up kids there, sat at GMS, picked up kids there, and then started the route. So I think it's gotten a little bit better, actually. ELL services, if you go to that next slide, this is a biggie. The state board, I talked to them last week about this. So this whole teacher certification plays a part in our decision as well. And they call it ESL or ELL. It depends on who you talk to. And we will have 1 certified teacher by July, and I think another one is in program right now with maybe a possible one thinking about it. So they recommend the push in versus the pull out. So that's where I would agree with that recommendation as well. The collaboration, let's talk about the pre-K coordinator. Joe, do you want to talk about the pre-K coordinator and what they do?
Yeah, as part of the grant in the program, we do have a pre-K coordinator whose hours were changed. In the past, it was 10 hours, and that was increased this year to 20 hours per week. And her job is really to work with parents. Right now, she helps set up our pre-K co-op meetings, which are nighttime meetings similar to a PTO type meeting, about once a month. And she is now this year starting to go out to daytime meetings to provide parent education and touch base with parents about topics that they might be interested in, as well as trying to update our website and get information out that way as well. And then we've got families that have questions all the time about, is this typical, or I don't know what the next steps are in my child's schooling, or they have attendance issues, and she really serves as a liaison to working with those families. She also shares an office right now with Trish Link, our homeless liaison, which, because it's an at-risk program, we do have some students who have some issues with that. So it's a nice link, and being able to have the entire team there together, she's just another integral piece with the pre-K program all being housed at one spot.
The next slide, I want to talk about teacher collaboration. They're only strong and they're a team, and so we wanted to highlight this. This was a biggie. If you had one teacher at each school, this would not be able to occur. And then you have the next slide, Betsy, you have student population breakdown by school. Of course, that's just based on this year's numbers. Remember, we went down 30 students because we took the program from 120 down to 90. The next slide is about the budget and what the EC block grant funds, and so that's been included. And then we did do parent survey, and you'll see those parent survey results after the EC block grant if you just want to keep scrolling down. And so they're very happy with the program overall. They had outstanding results, a lot of individual comments, people listed by name. A lot of them were not aware of the program being split up. We asked transportation questions, so I just highlighted the questions that pertain to this, but there was a lot more to the survey. And then specific comments about the move, you can note. So we've listed the benefits of keeping it at pre-K, and I know you've read those. We've talked about benefits of moving it to the home schools, and these individuals very much looked at both sides with us in our discussions. And then we talked, if you move down to slide 29, Betsy, we talked about the daily schedule, and because our 3 elementaries are not on the same daily schedule, it creates issues. Transportation drives that. You've heard me complain about that before. And so that whole prep time could be an issue very easily. If you go down to the next slide with prep time.
And then you mean that creates issues with being at 3 different schools? You said it creates issues.
It creates issue. First of all, you couldn't share staff.
Right, I was just clarifying.
And you don't have enough prep time at GES.
Right,
with the current schedule.
I was just clarifying that was your point.
Next is transportation. And so when Kevin and Jim looked at this, it really is, you're probably going to have to add some routes, 1 to 2 routes, or it may break even. So depending on where the students live. So those were the options there. So overall, our recommendation is to keep it, maintain it at Ball Elementary, and if things change with funding and we can make everything equitable, we'll analyze it again. So, any questions?
Any questions?
I appreciate how thorough this was, because as my previous comments where I thought the transition would be better for them to be in their home school. But this is, I understand this completely, a very good presentation. And I agree that maintaining it in one place, wish I could be there.
You can, they're looking for
volunteer.
volunteers.
You can always drive a bus.
Yeah.
Tomorrow morning.
Can't.
No, they did. They because I was on the same boat, Linda, that we had promised, and Shauna and I even talked about that we had promised parents one thing, and I was really concerned about going back on our promise, our community as a whole, but then also that transition point for students. And as I heard them speak about it, and they did, they all had they did a nice job of thinking about both sides, and they were really talking about student needs. They weren't talking about, clearly they work together, they dress alike, and they work really well together, so much that, they dress alike now. But so that was part of their concern, but they really kept going back to student need and what students needed, and Jill and Jen and Joe kept pushing them back to, talk about, and that was their focus, was the students, and so,
And
I agree.
I'd just say keep up the transition. The kids that are going to kindergarten.
Sure.
Yep.
Make sure they get the
They do a really nice job of that, too.
I had the same thoughts as Linda did, because my daughter went through pre-K, and that's a number of years ago, but and I thought, again, the community, what we had talked about to the community years ago, but the whole reason that we're here is to do what's best for students. And this is and Jill and I talked the other day, and this is what's best for students, our most at-risk students. And if it's good for them, then it's good for the district. So I'm you guys did a great job.
Just a reminder, we still have 34 on a waiting list.
Well, and that's always I mean, Jill and I talked about this the other day, what it would take,
Jill writes the grant.
what it would take to bring those 34 kids, or however many it is next year, what staff it would take to bring those in. And I think that's something we need to take a look at, because if it helps the 90 kids that are there now, it can only help the other 34. And if we give them a head start on things while they're in pre-K, it only makes it better for them when they get to kindergarten.
That's what the research shows. too.
Absolutely. So great job, everybody, and I applaud all you guys, and thank you for coming tonight.
Thanks for staying so long.
Yes.
This is
And
what
staying
you all
awake.
want? This is all?
It is.
Okay.
Unanimously, I think.
Jill, I'd like to congratulate you and Carrie and
Jill, yeah.
and the staff, because what I'm hearing from Liz, what I'm hearing from Jim, and from what I'm hearing from you all is that everybody's having input, and we're all agreeing on what's best for the school, the teachers, the community, and we're all landing in the same spot. So that's what the collaboration is supposed to be about. So thank you all.
Yes. Any other comments or questions?
Yes, they need to
We are gonna
make
vote
a
on
vote.
I make a motion that we keep pre-K.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. Brandon, second. And Betsy, will you call the roll, please?
Schumacher.
Yes.
Weitzel.
Yes.
Worley.
Yes.
Carter.
Yes.
Cup.
Yes.
Maddox.
Yes.
Nucis.
Yes. Thank you for coming tonight. Well, I think, as we said earlier, I think we need your help to come up with what it
We
would
do.
take to help serve those other 34 kids, or however many it is next year. So I think that's something that the whole board would be interested in seeing.
And you
So-
guys can go because your 3-year-old's waiting.
They do.
Thank you so much.
You'll be tired tomorrow.
Okay. We'll back up to Dave Murphy. Back to the GHS air conditioning under 10.2, Betsy. Okay. Oh, there we go.
Okay, I was asked to address some questions regarding the equipment purchase back in April. And the question that were posed to me, cost versus original cost, and what kind of savings that we, through the process that we used for procurement, which was this was a district-run project. Much like when we put the playground in, we were looking for ways at GES, looking for ways to reduce costs. Well, if you remember, those of you who were on the board at the time, one of the ways we decided to go was in-house installation of the playground. And by doing that, we saved $20,000. In this case, by procuring the equipment, I was able to leverage our buying power and reducing the cost from $14,200 to $8,500 for the mechanical equipment. And the reason behind that was they knew that at some point in the near future, very near future, after this project, our intent was to go forward with a project at Ball Elementary and use this particular type of equipment. The largest reason for using this product was to reduce cost at the high school over the summer. We did that, we showed that. Wasn't perfect first year, but we did save money. And the difference is running a 6 horsepower machine versus a 600 horsepower machine. And we demonstrated, I think, a couple of months ago that we did save some money. The other benefit, which really means a lot to us long term, is I had the opportunity to put my people next to the installing contractors. And we actually did, we cut out one discipline. The automation contractor, he wasn't needed because we were able to do the automation work in-house, thereby additionally reducing the cost and going with two contractors and procuring the equipment ourselves. In looking at this project, I did with Hanson Engineers. They did a similar project not too long ago at Camp Lincoln, similar equipment. Their cost on that particular project was $68,000 for a 7-horse unit. We used a 6-horse unit, and by comparison, I think our cost would have been around $58,000 had we gone to a contractor, architect, engineer, and had them do the work. I did it in the house. We were $36,000 to $38,000. So we saved money on construction costs. We put people in front of equipment. They learned about the equipment that's now at Ball Elementary. Okay, so they're trained up on what it takes to maintain that stuff. And we're providing savings at the high school.
Any questions?
So you bought the extra 14,000 versus what we paid for this?
$14,000 was the original price. I went back to them, I renegotiated the price.
Right.
Brought it down to $8,500.
Okay, is that what we paid him?
That's a one-time purchase. I won't get that price again.
Is that what we paid him?
Yes.
Accounts payable says we paid him 10,400.
We had 2 different projects going at the same time. All 3 vendors made the same mistake. They lumped the pricing together, and we had to go back and divide the projects up. 10 something, I've got it here. 10,389, that was for Science Laboratory, which is a different project, and the admin area. Science storage area had to be done because we were losing product over the summer in that space. So we had to go in there, regardless, anything else we did, we had to do that because we were losing science parts and pieces, chemicals.
Okay, so does that science portion, does it add into the total that was spent, or is that a separate project?
That's a separate project. I think if you go back to the date of approval, which was April, I believe, or March, there were 2 different projects brought forward. One was Science Lab, the other was the admin
for the
area.
offices.
So, and we had to go back and tell all the vendors, hey, no, this is 2 projects, break the pricing out. We finally got pricing from Hinson Robinson last week. They finally broke out their pricing. They haven't been paid yet. So we just got their billing. We're now in the process of processing their billing.
Okay, do we need bids on that 8,500?
Yes.
Were there bids, or
I'm sorry?
were there bids on the $8,500 piece of equipment, or was it just bought separately?
It was procured with the thought that this was going to be our product for use at Ball, GIS, GMS, the VRF, VRV equipment. And because of that, it was kind of like a tech purchase.
So nobody else makes that piece of equipment?
Not that particular piece of equipment, no.
I guess I'm just confused on what has to be bid out and what doesn't have to be bid out.
Okay.
The electrical work, we had electrical work done?
Anything under $5,000 does not have to be bid out.
But Hanson Robinson put in the air conditioner at the chemical
Anything
storage
over-
for $4,200. Did not have to be bid then?
And it was. Thermomechanical and Hinson Robinson bid that project.
But that was under 5, so it didn't have to be then.
What was it?
What was the science
The science
storage,
portion
what was that?
we approved was $4,200.
Yeah, that was.
So that didn't have to be bid,
No.
but you did it anyway.
Yes.
Okay. I guess I'm just kind of confused on
Well,
how we're
to be
bidding
honest-
some stuff and how we're not. and-
To be honest with you, boards change. Your expectations are changing. I'm learning what your expectations are. And that's part of this process. That's why I got a construction committee. I need to hear back from you what you want to see.
Sure. Well, I understand. I guess the red flag for me was when we approved 21,000, you told us we spent 35,600, so I just,
Yeah. Well,
I wanted to know where the difference come from,
and true, I should explain it better, and
and I think that
with your
same,
help, with the board, construction committee's help,
right,
we can get this built.
sure. I think at that same meeting, we approved a $250,000 piece of equipment from the same company with no bids, and then we've got some more equipment from that same company with no bids, and I'm just kind of questioning whether we need to be getting bids on that kind of stuff, or,
And when it comes to, we've done this in the past. Okay, we purchased Aeon equipment because we have like equipment.
correct.
And we made a decision, an engineering decision, because of efficiencies, this is the direction we wanted to head. So that's the reason for the procurement, and the way we procure.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand it, so if I get a question from the community, I can try to pass it on to them, so.
I'm right there with you. It's like automation equipment, building automation equipment.
It's specialized.
Specialized. And I can't get it anywhere. So fire protection. If I move away from it, I'm buying whole different systems.
Okay.
You follow me?
Right. And I'm all for saving money and trying to work out deals to save on utilities, but
Yeah, I understand.
it's just,
But.
it's kind of odd that
Yeah.
we approved 21 and you're trying to come up with 35 in savings.
The construction committee will help me define what this board needs to look at.
Well, just abiding by the Illinois school code would be a good start, and that is, you can't divvy up labor, divvy up material, divvy up installation. I mean, the school code says one project. You put all the pieces together and you get a quote on one project. And so divvying up pieces, it may well have existed in the past, but that's really not the protocol for the future. That's how I feel.
And fair.
But in that, didn't you, if we're going to use our own labor to do it, we can't put it all in the same.
The difficulty is what you don't see by us purchasing. Okay, when I first got here, we replaced all the rooftop equipment at GIS. There was an engineering estimate of $1.3 million. By us purchasing, the total project cost was $776. Okay, I purchased, we maintained the warranty, we did a lot of the automation work, we did a lot of the plumbing. I had an HVAC contractor make the connections for the sheet metal. So there's reasons why we do what we do, good reasons, because we save the district money. But what I'm learning is from you that you need to know the details behind it. So.
I'm a numbers type of guy, so when I see that we approved 21 and we spent 35, I'm just curious where that. Can you explain how you leverage buying power?
Sorry?
Can you explain how you leverage buying power?
Well, I dangled the carrot out there and I said, look, we've got projects coming up, which we're going to use you, and we want to get our people in front of this equipment so we can get them trained up on what this equipment looks like.
And that's fine if it's specialized equipment.
Yes.
That we can't get anywhere else.
And it is. I mean, you can't buy this equipment from any other manufacturer but this one. Okay? Now, there are other similar equipment people out there not like this one. It's like building automation, fire alarms, blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I just think that this is great information, Dave, and we just need this up front, and it'll all be good, right, Steve?
Yeah, I mean, we got $35 million worth of bond money that we're spending, and I just need to make sure that $35,000 project is.
Understand, Dave, one guy.
I understand.
I'm out there pushing snow, fixing toilets, doing everything else to support my 4 people that I've got out there managing almost a million square feet now.
That's.
So it's tough to get to everything.
I
And
understand.
I do drop the ball occasionally. This is probably one of those I should have brought forward to you. Said, hey, this is what I'm doing. I didn't have a construction committee at that time.
Okay, anything else?
Well, okay, now I have a question to ask you about this proposed, what do you call it? Number four, okay. On this very same issue. If we're thinking that it will cost about $58K to purchase this, why don't we see a bid? Why don't we see anything in writing? Because what you're asking us to do is...
Where are we at?
Number 4. What you're asking us to do, unless I'm misunderstanding you, you're asking us to approve this purchase for $58,000, basically based on a conversation of estimates that you had with Hanson Engineering. But we don't even know if all those conditions that existed...
He's not asking for anything.
He's not asking for anything on there. What is number 4?
Explain number 4.
Explain it. I thought you did, but explain.
It just gives you a rule of thumb on what you could expect to purchase like systems for. And this is as close as they could get to like. This is a 7-ton unit versus a 6-ton unit. So I dropped the price on the conversion between 7 and 6. Got you down to a rule of thumb. This is a rule of thumb given to me by Hanson Engineers. What they use. $8,000 to $10,000 per kW. So if I got 6, you take that times 6, or 8 to 10, that's what I'd be paying.
Basically, it's just an illustrative example
That
of what...
includes your automation control folks, your electrician, your sheet metal people, all that.
That's what it costs. That's what it costs.
Are you asking for a recommendation?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Actually, this whole item is
It's just for
information only.
Yeah, information only.
And this is just an example, if you were asking for that size of system, what it would cost by bidding it out and having somebody else do the work. So.
Any other questions?
Okay.
Nope, thanks, Dave.
Okay, thank you, Dave. Course changes, GIS course changes.
I'm fairly certain that the room cleared when they found out that my portion of this presentation was 45 minutes long. So if you guys would like to just vote now for the short version, we'll go with that one. I don't want 45 minutes. I promise you. I promise you. Okay. In fact, the GIS course description changes are a fairly small amount. After much collaboration by 6th grade, you can pretty much categorize the course changes in 3 ways. They're based on student needs, but also parent needs as far as identification and communication. The Common Core state standards kind of drove a few more changes, and then resource additions. Basically what you have in front of you are just the lists, and the changes are in red. If you take a look, and I'll just run through these very quickly for that short version that you voted on. Our WIN focus was not noted in this, that WIN really also is a spot for enrichment, not just support. Our WIN, if you've specifically looked at our GIS newsletters, we've had some spotlights on our WINs. We have truly developed a focus on enrichment, and so I felt as though it needed to be in the course description, although it's not really a choice. Everyone has a WIN, but it gives you the options, and this one then was for parent knowledge. And I just added the word appropriate. If you take a look at all the red for tech applications, actually the entire paragraph is not a change, but I did add into this, or Shelley Ebner helped me with this, add the Google Chrome applications. In tech applications at present, most of the instruction is based on Word, okay, Publisher, Excel, PowerPoint, but we also add the Google Chrome applications. The question arose of whether we should change this tech application content to straight Google Chrome because we have adopted so many of these devices. But at present in the world, Microsoft is still out there, and it's very valuable for students to still understand the utilization of these, and they receive quite a bit of education on these Google Chromebooks in the content classrooms, and so they're receiving instruction in both areas. So the only addition to this one really is the Google Chrome applications. If you scroll down to wellness, the description is actually the same, but the title itself has changed. It was health and wellness. When you listen to the presentation on the GIS changes that you voted upon when we talked about the rock wall, it actually is this classroom, our health and wellness classroom. It's not a PE every once in a while class. This is daily class. But Shelley Ebner and I spoke of changing health and wellness just to wellness because 6th grade has the requirement of a quarter of health already, and the students and the parents were a little confused. So we took this straight to wellness, although the description obviously states that they have health discussions in there as well. This is really just a title change as well, Reading When. This was, it is at present listed as a critical reading course. We had some parents with some concerns about the word critical. It is a supportive reading class, and so we decided that it was the best interest so that all students did receive what they needed based on our recommendations on data, that we swapped this to the name of a reading win, which really is a reading supportive win. We also made the addition for parent clarifications that RIT is based on their MAP score, so the utilization of NWA MAP. And we also added to this that the focal points are not just those reading comprehension strategies, as we are going well above that with vocabulary enhancement and fluency development. And then we talked about the word supportive. As you scroll down, the directives and changes in the language arts is based on the Common Core standards. Reading, writing, vocabulary, speaking, and listening is a major component based on Common Core. Researching is also a 6th grade standard that they dabbled in, but it's much more of a focus due to the Common Core standards. And we also added the grammar to the curriculum vocabulary here. Added to the speaking, again with the speaking and listening, and if we keep scrolling down, you will see the commonality with the, instead of critical math, we've changed this again to a math win. We added the map to this and then supportive. Science and the social studies editions were based on our resource editions of our Google Chromebooks. We don't have any changes in the curriculum itself, but we did feel the need, because the Chromebooks are utilized nearly daily because of our short classes at present. As a research tool, we added the Chromebook daily usage and exactly what the usage is at that point. We wanted to make sure that we clarified that these Google Chromebooks were not just a resource for a link for the actual textbook, but it was for researchability as well as collaborative exercises. And that is basically mirrored in the social studies, but just used with world history. And that's everything. Any questions on the GIS coursebook changes? Thank you.
Thank you. And we need to vote on these individually. So let me get back into here real quick because I just got dumped.
Second.
Give it to me.
Wait a second here.
Steve,
Okay, hold on.
Second.
At least you can.
No, give it to Brandon.
It's tricky.
Okay. I hate this when this happens.
Second, you can just call for
Call for, okay. You got it?
Actually, if it's not involving money, we can just do it all.
That's right.
Aye, all in favor.
Yeah, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Thanks,
Okay.
Mrs. Gregor.
Thanks, Liz.
Okay, GMS course descriptions. Tina's out ill tonight, so we have some real quick ones. Introduction to Foreign Language was started years ago. The problem is it's 12 weeks of French, 12 weeks of German, 12 weeks of Spanish. It's very hard to find a 2-hour teacher. In fact, it's almost impossible. I did it for a good 7 years, and we are going to lose our German teacher. So because the enrollment's just been 3 sections and then 2 sections, we are recommending that we go ahead and drop this course. Mr. Lee has talked with the foreign language department. They didn't have any solutions. We went to them and said, please help us. And we just can't find anyone that wants to work for 2 hours a day in the middle of the day or, at the beginning of the day. Honors, drama, and family and consumer science have not had any enrollment, so they need to be dropped. The critical reading course is a little bit different than Reading Win and Math Win because the GMS has courses versus that What I Need time. And so that gives administrative discretion on when they drop this class. So they made that change. And then there are some verbiage in the language arts descriptions about grammar, and we're going to further discuss that when I get everyone together to talk about writing in January between the middle school and high school.
Did they talk about, like Liz's team talked about the critical reading course and changing the word critical? They haven't talked about doing that yet?
No, not at the high school either.
Okay.
Because you're looking at more courses there versus where.
I just wonder if those parents might say that in a couple years.
We've had one parent bring it up.
Okay.
And it's different if that was a win versus an actual course.
Right, because they don't have,
Yeah. So.
I just wondered if
Those are
that
the
came up.
questions for GMS.
Any questions?
Any questions?
Is there any, do we need to update the language to be consistent with the Chromebook editions here?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Not until we put them there.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll work through that.
Okay, then need a motion to accept the GMS 2014-15 course changes. Thank you. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Thank you. All opposed? Okay. Okay. I think you see the pattern here, Jim.
This is a little bit lengthier.
Yeah. There is a lot more at the high school level, and that's generally the case because of the size of the course book itself and the number of courses. Everything is highlighted in the course book that you were sent, and there are quite a few of these that are just wording changes here or there. So I won't spend a lot of time on them. I will spend some time on the first part. There's a clause that the board put in, maybe 8 years ago or so, about students who didn't meet in a particular category on the PSAE, they had to take a remedial course. That has turned into a very difficult thing to implement. It also has a cost factor to it in the sense that we run the program through something called Skills Tutor, and that costs the district about $3,000 a year. Not all students have a study hall, and we're talking about seniors, your motivated ones, and trying to, if they don't have a study hall, trying to get them the opportunity to take this remedial course. A lot of them did at the very last second, and over time, I think it's just lost its value in terms of making sure these kids got the remedial course, even if they missed the cut score on the PSE by even 1 point. And so our recommendation is to just remove that requirement. It just doesn't seem to fit quite anymore. Some changes with the correspondence course language. Currently, it's correspondence courses offered. You can only take up to 2, and it's usually for a pass-fail and doesn't count toward your GPA. We'd like to reverse both of those, where you can take, you can get a grade for it, and it can count towards a GPA. Then there's a very confusing statement in there that once they complete a correspondence course, a C would go on the transcript. And 99% of people thought that meant you got a C for the course, and it already said it was pass-fail. It just meant you took a correspondence course. So that won't impact the students at all, so we'd like to just remove that language. Early graduation requirements, just a simple language change about the date in which they need to get that information to the counselor and the principal. It doesn't really change the date, it just kind of makes it more clear about when it could be in terms of how the month change and the dates change. Off-campus instruction, a simple language change that we need pre-approval before they go. We've had issues where some people have signed up for it without getting pre-approval from the counselor and or principal, and so it's just a simple change there. And then there are some other expectations or requirements from the Illinois Code in terms of graduation, early graduation, correspondence courses and so on. And our recommendation is, of course, that we adopt all those that are required. And most of them that are optional, that you read through that, we already do. We'd like an addition, a very simple addition, make it more clear to parents that take an AP course, you may get some college credit out of it. Not all universities accept it. Not everybody understands that. And so it's just a little plug in there that we're going to put after each individual piece. One thing that is currently a part of our routine is if a student drops a level, if they take an AP course and find it to be too tough, at semester they can drop down to honors. Well, the practice has been when they dropped down to honors, they got honors credit for that semester they did of AP work. And we discussed that at length and just don't think that's fair. If you do a passing level of work in an AP course, and that is tough, we think you should get AP credit for it. And so we're recommending deleting just that piece that says it drops to honors weight. Then just some course description changes. AP chemistry, that's just to go along with the College Board is recommending for their course. It doesn't really change our course. In math, geometry, concepts, and geometry, just to go along with the Common Core standard language to make them fit that a little better. Humanities, there's a piece in there about music because that's one portion of the humanities, but it was very specific to jazz music. And we have a new teacher in that this year, and of course they want to explore all genres of music. And so we're recommending just a simple language change that says all genres of music versus specifics to jazz.
Have to study jazz now anyway.
English courses, you'll find if you look through there, we just add college prep in front of a lot of the courses to just make sure people understand they are college prep. AP stats, again, there's some College Board's changes in regards to AP stats, and we want to match those changes. And a prerequisite change that would allow more students to get to the AP stat level, which I think we want to encourage more kids to take AP, so we're recommending that. There are a couple of them that didn't make the list, but they are highlighted in your book. In the prerequisite language for the critical math course, just to say that you take it concurrently with the algebra 1A. It doesn't say that, but that's what we expect them to do. A new course in a sense, AP Physics. College Board is changing that to 2 courses. AP Physics, or AP Physics 1, AP Physics 2. We have something what we call right now AP Physics B. AP Physics 1 would essentially be AP Physics, I'm getting my letters. AP Physics B would be AP Physics 1. And then the next year I'll come to you with a recommendation to now adopt AP Physics 2. So we'll make that transition as we go. But it's literally breaking into 2 courses according to AP. One we're kind of excited about is adaptive art for our IEP students. They take art now, and speaking to some of the special ed teachers and the art teachers, it's quite a deal for them in terms of the sensory issues and dealing with the different materials. Being in a class like that is a little more open structure, and so they would like to have an adaptive art class that's just those kids, but will lead the idea that it will lead them and prepare them to go into further art classes if they so choose. And they're really excited about it, and the more I talked to them, the more excited I got about it. And so we're recommending the adoption of an adaptive art class, IEP only. Well, we're also going to utilize some of the students in one of our behavioral rooms as mentors for the kids throughout this class period. They were very excited about that, and said that's when some of these kids really come out. These kids sometimes struggle with behavioral issues and social issues, but you put them in with a group of kids where they're kind of mentoring and helping them, they really come out of their shell, and you see a different side of them. And that's what we'd like to do as a part of this adaptive class. Then there's some additional classes you've seen before, adding yearbook 4 or another level of media design. That is just so the kids are in there can go to another level. Doesn't add a new course in terms of we need another section, because usually only 2 or 3 kids, And so in one course you might have, one period you might have yearbook 2, 3, and 4. But we don't have 4 right now, so we can add it, and those kids can advance a little bit further, and their duties get more stringent and involved in what they have to be doing for the yearbook. Same thing with multimedia design 2. Foreign language had some language issues just in terms of making it consistent from Spanish to German to, what am I missing? French, thank you. That at the honors level and such say, in those individual honor courses say at the end of their description, this course will be conducted entirely in French. You know, so the expectation is they know, as soon as they walk in the door, they're pretty much hearing nothing but French. And that's consistent with the other foreign language courses. Then some name changes just to better describe the course, more accurately describe the course. Advanced design becomes visual design, or excuse me, that's the other way around. Comic art is replaced with what we call cartoon and comic art. Mobile device photography is replaces mobile digital photography. Then one thing we spent a little bit of time on was the Algebra 1B. It was offered as Algebra 1B as a college prep level course, but Algebra 1A was a standard level course. And so we had quite a talk about that in our curriculum meeting. And based on the information provided by the mathematics teachers, we decided we like, it's more accurate for Algebra 1B to also be standard level. So we're actually dropping it a weight to match Algebra 1A. And you know, I rely on the professionalism and the knowledge of the math teachers to provide that for us. We also like to change one English course that fulfills a requirement for English to an elective. That's creative writing. Based on the information I get from the English teachers, it just doesn't rise to that level anymore. And they want to kind of take the literature piece out of it and make it just focus on writing, but they like it to be an elective for a half a semester. And then change, basically just a name change with English Reading for a Lifetime to, which is a standard level elective course, to standard English 4. Then we're dropping a couple courses, which it's just either an issue of enrollment, which we haven't had enrollment for. That's the Advanced Accounting, and Telecommunications 2 is kind of being, there was Telecommunications 1 through 4, but 2 and 3, there wasn't that much difference, and over the years that difference has become even smaller, so they're kind of rolling those courses together and just rearranging the sequence a little bit. That work that they do and the course content they do is still there. It's just in a different course, or name of a course. And math, I already did the math. I think there's a lot. A lot of it's just wording and adoption of things that we do in terms of what the state's asking us to do, but just making it official. So I don't know if you look through your course book, there's a lot of yellow there, but it's all pretty straightforward.
I just have a 30-second question. Okay, on the AP Physics 1, a new course, will there be enough students to, I mean, will you have a minimum of 15? Because, and then the assumption is that all of those AP Physics 1 students will then move to the AP Physics 2 students.
That's a good question.
Is that, that's the assumption, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so right now, are you going to get, do you estimate that you're going to get AP Physics 1, 15 students in the class, or what?
Yes, I do. I really do. My concern more, and we talked about this, but I mean, if we're going to keep AP Physics, we're going to have to do this according to the College Board.
Okay.
But our concern was more, how might this affect, say, AP Chemistry or AP Biology, if the kids want to go to that second level of AP Physics 2? That's something we can't answer, but yeah, so far as the first level and where we're at with only it next year, I don't think that's a problem.
We've been trying to do 15, give or take.
Okay, anything else? Okay.
And the 15 is a little
aggressive.
Well, I mean.
For an AP course, it's hard.
It's an AP course, it's not necessarily the requirement. so.
Right.
Okay?
Okay. Motion then to approve the GHS course changes for next year. Steve, thank you. And a second?
Second.
Thank you, Brandon. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
Are we looking at Gallup now?
But see, if you pull up the Ball-Chatham one,
It's good.
Trying to stay away.
CUSD, and go to the last
Keep us awake.
page, or page 5. If it loads. Grades 5 through 12 took the Gallup poll. I feel we did very well. Our students, I thought, did well. There's a couple of highlights. I have 3 highlights for you and 3 concerns that I think the buildings need to go back and talk about. And I've talked to Liz, Tina, and Jim and said, take this back to a team and talk about it. And we'll come back with a plan. But under hope, the highlight is there's an adult in their life that cares about them. I think that's a success, and it reflects our community well. The one concern in that area that I would have is I can find lots of ways around my problem. I think we can do better than 75%. So that to me is a concern. Under engagement, a highlight is that they truly do feel that they have a best friend at school. But a concern is in the last 7 days, I received recognition or praise for doing good schoolwork. We're at 57%. And that may mean mom and dad too, or significant people in their life. I mean, this just didn't have only pertain to school. So there were some of the questions were pretty broad. I think we can look at that. All the teams, when we talk to Rising Star teams about some of this information, because we utilize some of this information, said we can see that being an issue. The school that said that the most was the middle school, because they got rid of the PLC time where they did spend a day a week recognizing students, and now they don't have that. They feel it. And so I said, you're going to come back with a plan. Down under well-being, if you look at the ladder, the question on which step of the ladder would you say you personally feel you stand at this time? I mean, we're pretty consistent. On which step do you think you will stand about 5 years from now? I mean, those are pretty good. I mean, it's steady, so those are the trends we want to look for. A concern that I have is were you treated with respect all day yesterday? 67%, I think we can do better than that. I mean, the PBIS teams can look at that. But a highlight is if you are in trouble, do you have family or friends you can count on to help whenever you need them? And those are pretty big percentages, 94, 95%. So those are some successes. So the exciting part about this is each building will go back, GIS, GMS, and GHS will go back and work with their teams. And then the next step would be getting community stakeholders involved. And every Rising Star meeting, even in the elementary, we talk about how we need people to come in and mentor our kids during lunch or other downtime. We need mentors, and so we're going to work on that with UIS and some other organizations.
Sounds like the kids took this seriously.
I think so. I mean, they took it pretty fast too. I mean, the high school was able to administer it at one day, which was crazy.
You can do it in about 4 minutes in high school.
That's the nice part about it.
I mean, the kid, it's very easy to read. So.
Did all the kids take it?
5
through 12.
100% of them, all they all?
Well, not, I mean, I don't think they got 100, not everybody.
If they were absent, I mean, no, we didn't bother with that, but.
But 90s?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Great.
It was quite a trip.
So I really do think this is useful data compared to 5 essentials. So, and then what we found is during the Rising Star process, we used some of this data already. So. Any questions?
Okay.
All right.
Thanks, Jill. Next, our treasurer's financial reports.
Switch over. Can you just pull up the first document?
Seriously.
First one, right here.
Oh, I'm at low battery too, that's how bad it is.
Mine died.
Yeah, I was at 100.
All right, well, in an effort of recognizing your time, I'll try to highlight the chart, which kind of takes all the other information and puts it in a visual for us. We can go through it any we want. A reminder, the dotted blue and the dotted green is where we're at currently this year. The solid blue, solid green is where we're at with revenues and expenses a year ago this time. So we're still slightly ahead, ever so much, on the revenues, and we're slightly below on the expenses. So we're in the right direction. We're continuing to trend that way. The solid brown bar here represents the current fund balances. These will, of course, as soon as we get the audited numbers and journal entries in, we'll have even better data. But you can see with the sale of land being recognized in November, our fund balances, still healthier as we're going forward. So, at this point, no anomalies, but we're still, expenses are still below where we were a year ago, representing the changes you guys made last spring. So, the other treasurer's reports just put these in numbers, by category and by area. We're happy to go through any of those if anybody wants. The state owes us just under $800,000 at this point still. They vouchered it, we just haven't received it, so I'm not sure when we're going to get it.
Thanks, Patrick.
Anything else? That's it? Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Same time next week or next month too.
So I need a motion then to approve the treasurer's and financial reports as presented this evening.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Rick. And a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Call the roll, please.
Weitzel?
Yes.
Worley? Yes. Carter? Yes. Pop?
Yes.
Maddox?
Yes.
Kiermaier?
Yes.
Nucis?
Yes. Next, we have new business, first reading of some ROE policies for ROE compliance.
Well, I want to thank Mrs. Carter and Mrs. Worley for serving on the policy team. We have about 20 policies, and I think there's 18 of the 20 listed here for first reading. This is the stack of them. And it took a lot of directors and principals to have some input along with directors. So this is first reading, so if you have any questions, now is the time. And we'll have the other two in January. We need to do some research on those two. Any questions?
Any questions on anything?
I really like the summary, how the summary has been put together. I really like that.
Because of Joe Holheimer. So
I will would you please relay that?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
She is very much an organization. We rely on that heavily.
No questions? Okay, thanks, Joe.
I'll make that motion.
No, we don't, it's on for next month. It's not, it's information only.
We're all fired up. Slap happy.
Okay, next is GHS, gym floor resurfacing.
There's been a request that we redo the gym art and gym floor at the high school, both east and west gyms. DK Bennett, using a subcontractor of Best Gym Art, and Gym Floor Services, using the subcontractor of Best Gym Art, gave us pricing. It's rather specialized. The differences in the pricing were DK came in at $9,843. Reason for that, the difference is that we're going to provide the finish coats for the artwork. We do that regularly every 2 years. We provide a finish coat in the basketball east and west gyms. So we're going to provide the material, do the work ourselves, saves ourselves some money. So that's the difference in the pricing. Gym Floor Services, they wanted to do the whole project. They didn't want to hear about us doing a portion of the project, so they came in a bit higher. So we're recommending tonight $14,836.15 to redo the artwork lines for both the east and west gyms at the high school.
Where did this request come from, and why do we have to do this?
Just out of curiosity.
This was
Maintenance.
This was an AD request that we redo the art graphics and artwork. Originally, I had scheduled to do under our O&M money. This year we had boiler failure, we had
I haven't seen it. Is it wearing out?
a number of other things that cropped up.
They're asking why.
Is this wearing out? Is it?
Yeah, why are we?
I'm sorry, is it?
Why did he request it?
Oh, is it the paint's coming up on the graphics?
Don't we have an art class?
Are we doing the different graphics?
Negative, we're just going to
Same design and everything, just redo it?
bring them up, or scuff them up, repaint, and then put a new, 2 new coats of,
So we're not doing a whole gym, we're just doing where the graphics are and the lines, is that?
yes.
And what does it
Okay.
look like
Doing the
now?
whole gym though.
But the whole gym will go down, be sanded down or not?
Just the lines will be sanded,
Okay.
and then we'll come back in and recoat.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the lines on the floor or?
Yes, the
like
painted lines.
Painted lines.
The painted lines and the free throw lines and the,
In both gyms.
yeah, in both gyms will be done.
This is the first time we've done that since that floor was installed?
We did it about, I believe it was 4.5 years ago, 5 years ago. Yeah.
I don't think it's been done since I've been here.
It has not?
It was, I don't remember it. That's been 6 years.
So,
6 years.
At one time, we changed the logo that's on there now is a new logo from what was, when the building was built. And they didn't like the logo. We had to change coaches' boxes, we had to change some of the lines on the floor because the rule changed. So we did that all at one time, probably 7 years or so ago. And you really only get about 8 to 10 years before you should sand the floor down. But I think they're just gonna screen the floor and redo the logo, I think is what the plan.
But are we gonna have to sand the whole floor down next year?
No, you won't sand it down, I don't think. I don't know what,
No, that's not in the works. So the floor's in pretty good condition, but the paint's coming up, and the lines need to be redone, and the graphics need to be redone.
this can be,
I think it's gonna be stripped though, right? They have to strip all that wax off there.
I think that's what the screening means.
Screening, that's what that is. Yes.
What kind of life expectancy are we gonna get out of this?
I suspect we'll get another 6 to 8 years out of
this will be done over Christmas, is that my
it.
understanding?
It's scheduled for starts the 23rd if it's approved, and it takes 7 to 10 days to get it done.
And we've got nothing going on over,
We worked out a schedule with the AD.
Practice.
We're gonna finish up that schedule tomorrow. That's just
okay,
You've seen it?
okay,
I don't know. I haven't paid any attention.
okay.
Have you seen it?
Anything else, Dave?
I've been over there.
Any other questions?
Is this a priority?
It is for the AD, I guess.
Okay, he's not answering that.
I mean, is it affecting us playing ball games on that floor?
Negative, it's not.
It's hard to tell. I mean, without going and looking at it and seeing, does it need it? I don't know.
Can we table it a month?
He was trying to do it over Christmas break.
Well, what's the difference?
Can you do it over
We could
spring
do it
break?
over spring break, couldn't we, if we decide that we want to do
Basketball
it?
season will be over. That would be the only difference.
Six
Yeah.
weeks out.
That's right. Yeah, let's table it.
Okay,
The only issue is managing baseball, softball in the East Gym, and they're practicing there.
summertime project?
Summertime thing, got
Well, whenever we go, we're gonna have to make
got same kind of-
Yeah,
Okay, we'll just postpone until
Okay.
Christmas then.
we'll table it.
If you're doing that, then can you bring back pictures of it?
Yes.
Okay.
So they can look at that?
Okay. All right, thanks, Dave. On to roundtable. Anything roundtable tonight? Roundtable issues?
Dare anybody to say.
I think we need to talk about Linda's anger.
Nothing for roundtable?
I'd like a candy jar.
Okay.
Roundtable?
Carrie, anything?
Nope.
Future board dates? January 6th, 6:30, we have a transportation meeting, 2 hours, right, Jim? Or less, okay. IBB training, January 25th and 26th. It's a Friday evening and Saturday morning, from what I understand. And that's
Say that again.
IBB training, it's interest-based bargaining,
Right,
which
but
will,
it's 2 days?
it's Friday evening, and we don't know what times yet,
I don't know
right?
time yet.
Friday evening and Saturday morning. And this is in preparation of our negotiations.
What time Friday though?
We don't know yet.
Don't know yet.
I'll
Well,
ask Jerry again. He was talking to
Yeah,
our,
we'll let you know as soon as
I
possible.
just blocked on. So
Yeah.
I didn't block Friday.
And then January 27th is our next regularly scheduled board meeting. Anything else for the good of the cause? Motion to adjourn?
did you do citizens?
They do, oh, I'm sorry. Anybody who would like to address the board this evening on any topic?
Linda Deers.
Okay, I did.
Okay.
Need a motion to adjourn. Thank you.
That's
Second,
enough.
Brandon. First, motion by Steve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, everybody.